nti de meka ne se de wiase ko nyina ya no yie ni awurade nti aba father Nyankopon ya domo a kosia da ebe ya no nai pepe obi amomode se obeba na oba nso aye white na afei brami him because free general basis sabre nyame wa ya de ebia wu yesi wiase ayede nso ama ye nkwa waboye ho ba ye da so tim nti ye ko hyena ni monyam se de wiase ko nyina oda so akura ye na afei nso so Ghana wake up no ye di wo sebo bible mu obi odi nkunim bia ye sebo nti brami enko bose na awurade mie soro maye na Ghana ye nso ye mfa nkunim die ne mra nyame de won so obedi nkunim a emfa ho ne ayifu ayede wo mbeko team no osi bibia nsi ne kwai so de ade bebra na ade ketewa bi beje nkwa according to 1 Samuel chapter 14 verse 6 bibia nsi awurade kwai so de ade bebre ana ade ketewa bi beje nkwa nti meka kire Ghana fo nyina se yentumiri kamera aba father yemfa wo sebo na awurade mie wo soro woma na bofo ankasa nko fa nkwala ni mu mobo na nkunimdie no wonfa mra Ghana ha na obi anda oto se ema so nkunimdie ne beba so amen nti mu nyina amomra ni mu se
I'm seated with Prophet Isaac Appiah, known chiefly as Prophet Azuka. Some also call him Ojanyami, the founder and leader of the Shining Grace Chapel International based in Kumasi. We are here for an in-depth conversation. We'll talk about his ministry, some of his prophetic, deliverance, which some claim is strange. We are here to get understanding how he operates in the spiritual. It's a 360 about Prophet Azuka. This is Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. I am Paula Amabruni. We'll be right back. You're welcome back. This is Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. Now, for the purpose of today's conversation, we're going to communicate in Chi. So, Mesha said, "Yeah, any Prophet Azuka, yeah, say when you're married, so on your baby casa. Na ye ban so we jan wa tu amen yeah that's nsem bebre na wo ho ai media no so nkofo bebre atro nsem bebre afa ho asenti ase bebre nya adwuma wo a se na obeka se woni huhu mani se na me videos ni wa kan nti ene de ye bebobo nsem na che se nchemu bia wo ho bia nti ase bebi ankofo ncha dante wo ho ase na eja ya cheche mama won kama nti se ye sha ase dia hu se ye hwe wo preachings ni bi wo sermons videos interviews awaye de bia wo ka azuka ye ti bofo obi be bisa se Prophet Azuka no ne preaching ni dwumodi ne Azuka ne eye hina anase ye Nyankopon ya Christopher Gidefo yanim na
oh the edikai Miss Madam as my first time I am mo interview ade nyina no nyamedia awrade a utimi ade nyina ye ejai program edi no Yesu mudam ma utumi ni wadom ameye kese ne ma ye nyansa na ye ntimi fankasa ne nto makoma so ewo Yesu dim amen the edikai on say wiase nipa te normal si bebre na da bia me kase se bia ne si ho na wonko bia na se a onima habado do ogu ase bia ne de mahu sesi ho habaya ate agu ase de bi hu kire bitwi ben no ansa na mahu me ye onyame difo a onyankopon ma me adoma chede na sene yakeka sa bebre me ye obi a mankwa nkosua sofudie ma na anwene da Semre bi ba mi me nyame adwuma.
Because now we are cremo.
Me cremoni.
Okay.
Ana man sa anwene da me mu man ko school. Minim nyom to, minim bibia ye, ebe ye den na waka chem se me ba be ye nyame.
We are here to register our displeasure over the insensitive nature of this government. Ghanaians are having it tough. Ghanaians are no more taking care of their families. People are losing their jobs. Businesses are failing each day out. And so we are here to tell the president that we've given him 6 years and that's enough. We should step down and then get competent people who will take over this country.
I'm here because we are not ready for criminals. We are fed up with the criminals. They've stolen enough. They've mismanaged the economy enough. We hate this nonsense. It's time for Nanado to step aside. Nanado must resign. Ken Ofori-Atta must go. Bawumia must go. Addison must go. All of them must go. We don't need them. They are criminals. We are fed up of criminals. They tell us they have the men. They don't have the men. They only have criminals. They've mismanaged the economy. They are putting us in danger. Nanado is inviting coup in this country. These are a bunch of criminals. We are not ready to work with them. We will not be with them again. We don't like them. We hate them. How much is cement now? How much is diesel? How much is petrol? Look at the way prices are flying, galloping in this country. And Nanado only came to tell us that it is the highest madness and useless, lousy talk from the president. This is the most useless talk from a useless president.
Nanado has demonstrated to us that he's running a government of family for family. All the decisions he has taken has demonstrated to us that he is enriching himself and his family. And enough of what he has been doing to Ghanaians, enough of the corruption and the stealing. So I'm here to demonstrate against that.
I'm just begging the government to just see about the fuel issue for us, and then just reduce some things for us. That's why we just come out.
I'm sad, I'm feeling sad, I'm sad. Yeah, because a lot is not going on well. Mine is simple. President begs us for power. He's in power. All Ghanaians, majority of Ghanaians, even your party people are saying that do reshuffle. You said you have the men. Is it that they don't have the men again? No, we want to know if they don't have the men again. Nobody is saying go and pick anybody from MPP. Nobody is saying go and pick Setekpe. Nobody is saying go and pick any other person. Choose your own men that you said you have. Change them. Reshuffle. Let's see what that one also do. He said no. Enough of the family government. We are governing for Ghana. Your family is not only your family who voted for you. Ghanaians voted for you, and we are saying that change your approach.
Demonstration police Massa, one aka say Tunisia, Arab Spring, youth share because of a comment. President Louis will resign and that be to bail. What bless Obidi come, Aquafu high tension, it's an early mouth or black, Okunu, Nana Esra resign. He resigned and put it be the bread demonstration. I have to say, Waber resign. I'm not one coin and that like it's been talk, petrol, it's been talk, Massa, Ubajuma, Star best man, it's a profit. And another unbelievable bloody Biana. I feel the elbow, you back, and that's a thing, and another compo within MPP, you want Papa Motel. And I want Mambona, and Yamambona, it's Trimotania Jumbone, and all this like Ghana for. Because what on Ghana is a Padre Nama, Obusia for, is a part Muhammadia, BDS, Muhammadia. I said, even you a village square no akufo ye oba beto man kofo adan na
hospital ko we nyezo ankola numu nai oba to wa nya adwuma se ma no ebrani nyina akwa gira yesu ti wa mboa ye ya ma ye adwuma ne anya fa support me ma no ne timi fa hwe ya ma na school na timi ko pon ma ye nya adwuma kuralo no asubati ashawo no asubati.
The transport system is very bad. I take car from Accra New Town to Kolebu. Every day I work at Kolebu. Every day 4 cities. My in and out is 20 cities every day. How can I survive? How can I survive? My salary is 1,000 Ghana cedis. My salary is 1,000 Ghana cedis.
This dynastic government will not help us.
I rent.
You have to step down at all costs. Why? We are still suffering.
The old man is very stupid. The old man is very stupid. He doesn't have a sense. He lacks knowledge. He has knowledge. He lacks knowledge. He haven't had sense to rule this country. He saw somebody that sold their father's property, their mother's property to come to power. What do you expect from him? What do you expect from him?
We at Get Fund, what we do is we call something the distribution formula. The distribution formula is sent to Parliament, and based on the approval of the distribution formula, that gives us a mandate to come and then spend. The distribution formula is not anything that is odious, but it is you coming out with a systematic way of disbursement that has to go according to a certain ratios, and at the end it is approved based on government policies. So somewhere midstream, if it happens that somebody, a beneficiary like an institution in the university, just dream of doing something and it is not part of the distribution formula, it has to wait for it to be incorporated in the distribution formula the next year. I sit at Get Fund and people write to us that they want to draw from the fund, they've gotten a funeral or something of that sort. That is how sad it is. There are a lot of demands. A chief will come and then they think that it is like a pool that you can draw from. So we come legitimately and then tell you that, ask of you that
that time and let the no 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 satan no scan that's kind kasa that's satan no here ni na I know just say me pamucho moto abam and ya to abam mo wi am be di president o si la ja na pampuli just say yeah Jimmy phone here dey in many of these countries are up. Unfortunately, you have a situation where in our country, the government is so big, the government is so out of touch, the president would not reduce the size of his government. The president is renting private jets at a time of Ukraine-Russia war, at a time of COVID-19. So clearly, this is not a government that wants to spend within its means. You know, this is a government that is clearly out of touch with what ordinary Ghanaians are going through.
Now we are wide awake. We were sleeping. President taught us how to do this. He was a beneficiary of demonstration. So we are also ready. We'll follow his footsteps and make sure the right thing is done.
Stolen enough. They've mismanaged the economy enough. We hate this nonsense. It's time for Nanado to step aside. Nanado must resign. Ken Ofori-Atta must go. Babia must go. Addison must go. All of them must go. We don't need them. They are criminals. We are fed up of criminals. They tell us they have the men. They don't have the men. They only have criminals.
Parliament assumes office as president as a result of the resignation of Akufo-Addo and Bawumia, he must take steps to cushion the Ghanaian. Times are hard, isn't it? Petrol prices have gone up, isn't it? Lorry fare has gone up, isn't it? So what are we experiencing now? Teachers are suffering. Demonstrators are suffering. Lawyers are suffering. Market women are suffering. Journalists are suffering. Police are suffering. Soldiers are suffering. And so on and so forth. So once we are all suffering, when the speaker takes over, he must roll out plans, reduce some of the taxes, take and find other innovative means to make sure that the prices of basic commodities and petrol come down. Then number 3, the speaker has to take steps to make sure that the cedi is strengthened, because right now, as we are all aware, the cedi is the worst currency in Africa. Yes, and also in the world. So people have said that even in Afghanistan, where the Taliban are in charge, their currency is doing better than the cedi. Why? Yeah? Okay, so we are also making the point that once we've gathered here as citizens and we've expressed our disgust at the obscene thievery, at the obscene corruption, at the obscene conflict of interest, it means that Akufo-Addo, Bawumia, and Ofori-Atta must resign. Nana must.
Extremely important. The suffering, the uncertainty, the anger is unbelievable. And we are saying that it is rather in the best interest of government for us to protest, because there's so much anger. If people hold it, it would create an explosive charge. The Arab Spring, people were angry but they couldn't talk because they were gagged. So the fact that we are talking is a giant step in the right direction to ease the tension.
Ease the tension? Is that an impending coup?
No, absolutely. We don't pray that happens, because it will send us the
Ghanaians are angry and the military are angry, they would want to take over power.
There's no denying that fact, and it was no accident when the president spoke about the military protecting the constitution, and the former president also spoke about it. We are in very dangerous times. That is why we need to demonstrate, to get politicians to understand, who might have perhaps lost touch with reality, to understand that we are not in normal times and they need to act. And our demand is simple: the president and the vice must go.
Thanks for joining us here on this edition of the GhanaWeb Mundial. The budget was read on Parliament on Friday, November 4th by Sports Minister Mustafa Yusuf. And 3 hours later, the Ghana Football Association released a 55-man provisional list for the 2022 FIFA World Cup. A lot of returnees, 19 players, have returned to the Black Stars and will be hoping to get a shot at the 2022 FIFA World Cup in Qatar. My name is Joel Eshen, and this will be discussing the budget and the squad on this episode of the GhanaWeb Mundial right here on GhanaWeb TV. We'll go for a quick break. When we come back, I'll introduce my guests and then we start the discussions. Welcome back from the break. You're still watching GhanaWeb Mundial right here on GhanaWeb TV. Earlier, I told you that the Sports Minister on Friday read the budget of 14.1 million for Ghana's campaign to the 2022 FIFA World Cup. And the squad was also announced. To join me do the discussion is sports journalist Daniel Oduro here at GhanaWeb. Danny, good morning.
Good morning.
And then my colleague Emmanuel Enin. Ima, good morning and thanks for joining me here.
Good morning.
I'll start with you, Danny. The squad was announced, 55 man. I know that earlier we spoke about the players you think are doing good but might not be able to make it to Qatar. In general, before we go into the specific areas, are you impressed with the squad put together?
I think generally everybody who deserves to be there is there, except a few players who may be doing exceptionally well who have not had a look in. But then again, these are players who have not worked with Coach Otuado in the last couple of months since he became their head coach. So it's only understandable that because they have not worked with him in the recent past, he wants to go with players that he knows he's worked with when he was an assistant coach, when he was a scout, and when he became the head coach of the national team. So I think by and large, it's a fair reflection of the expectations of many people. I would personally have loved for Kobna Wusu to be in there. I know I have mentioned in other discussions that he has disciplinary issues, but I think his talent is there. He was part of the 2019 squad. I think somebody like Tekpete is doing well. But like I mentioned, he's not played under Coach Otuado before. And so I can understand why he's overlooked him. The coach, had mentioned that almost 70% to 80% of the players that played in the Nigeria and the Brazil-Nicaragua qualifiers and friendly matches were going to form the fulcrum of his team. So I think the 55 is decent. The difficulties when he prunes it down to 26. That's where we're going to really interrogate the squad.
Ima, 55, is the number too huge?
I think it's okay because with the final 26, you would have, if one gets injured, it means you have to take one from the provisional squad and then replace the injured player with. So I think it's wise to name 55, although it took a while, it delayed because we were expecting it to be earlier. But it seems the GFA had different ideas. You know, the budget was out and people were talking about it. Then they dropped the squad. So, I mean, it's all part of the PR and they did very well. I'm impressed with the names in there too. Yeah.
They did very well. I was about to speak about the conspiracies people were talking about. Oh, they released their squad because of the budget. Because earlier, we had people in the FA and close to them, like renowned journalist Ibrahim Sani Dara said that the squad shouldn't be released because then people will be saying all sorts of. Now, let's go straight into the squad. We have goalkeepers, and that will be on your screen. Jojo Walcott, of course, he has been in since he made his debut in 2021. Ibrahim Danlad Kotoko, a lot of people invite Danlad. Danlad is in. Abdul Manaf Nodin, Richard Ofori, and then Lawrence Atizigi. Is there any other goalkeeper that you believe could also make a case? Because a lot of people are talking about Razak Abelora.
I know, but I think this is a fair representation of the quality that we have at the moment. Ofori and Walcott will be first and second, depending on how the coach wants to arrange them. But the two of them will be first and second. My personal opinion is Richard Ofori should be the first choice if he's fully fit. But I believe that Otuado really likes Walcott, and I've heard people really like him. So I think between the two of them, one of them will be there. So the third choice really is down to whether it's going to be Manaf, whether it's going to be what's his name, Danlad Atizigi. Many have said that they should, just for the optics, should name a local third choice goalkeeper to beef up the squad or to be part of the squad. So that's to the coach, whether or not he wants to go by that approach, because you could go into a tournament and two of your goalkeepers will be injured, or one will be suspended, get a red card, whatever could happen, anything could happen. So do you want to send a third choice goalkeeper only on the basis that he's a local goalkeeper, or you want to take him because you feel that he deserves to be there? But the 5 goalkeepers there, I think, are a fair representation of our quality at this moment.
The argument for Danlad, aside him being a local player, there are others who are also making a case that in 2010, when we went to South Africa, our third goalkeeper was Daniel Ajay, under 20 goalkeeper. Danlad, under 20, Black Meteors, local Black Stars. So when people are making a case for Danlad, and then they add this to the case that him being a local player and Kotoko will be getting $10,000 every day he stays in Qatar, do you think that we need to give him the third spot?
I think, yes, in the 2010, we had a local goalkeeper in there. In 2014, we had Sadiq Adams.
Yeah. But 2010, you should not forget that AJ had won the Under-20 World Cup in 2009 and had become part of the AFCON squad in Angola. Yeah. So the progression was very clear. So, I mean, the quality was there. That's not to say Danlad didn't have the quality, but just so that people could appreciate what happened in 2010. Yeah. A lot of that team had been implanted in the Black Stars. Yeah. The likes of Andre Ayew, the likes of Daniel Opare, Ajiman Bedu. So a host of them were part of the Black Stars. So it wasn't out of place at all.
But you can make similar argument for Danlad Ibrahim because he's been with the Under-17 and then the Under-20. They won the AFCON. And you have Fatawu Isahaku in the Black Stars squad. You have Daniel Efri in and out. And with Danlad Ibrahim, he's been with the local Black Stars. Yeah. So you can track his progression. So I think the GFA is not looking at the Kotoko getting money, but rather growing a goalkeeper who can potentially be the #1 for Black Stars. And I think it's a good call. But him being a third choice for the World Cup, I have my doubts because looking at Danlad Ibrahim recently, the league went on break for a month and he's not been that active. So if you compare him to Lawrence Atizigi, who has been imposed for St. Gallen in the Swiss League, week in, week out, being voted as one of the best players every week. So I think if you compare those performances, you can't put Danlad ahead of Atizigi. The same story to Nuruddin. Nuruddin is playing for European in the Belgium League. So I think in terms of activeness, that is where Danlad falls short. But in terms of progression, you can give him the benefit of the doubt to be in the third spot. But I think it all depends on the coach and how he wants his third choice to be.
Yeah, now, the goalkeepers, in 2010, it was down to penalties that we came home to Uruguay. And then when you are going to a tournament like the World Cup, in 2019, we came home from the AFCON because of penalties. Our goalkeepers, the goalkeeper couldn't save. And then it is a common thing that you cannot win a penalty shootout without your goalkeeper making a save. Yeah. Now we have Nordin Abdulmanaf, who did very well in the Kirin Cup in Japan.
Chile, yeah.
But not many people are mentioning his name when we are talking about goalkeepers who need to be part of the final squad. Now we are making a case for Danlad, him being goalkeeper, local goalkeeper, and then progression. Could it also be that we don't know what will happen and we might go to shootout again? Can it also be the only justification that we go in for Nordin?
Yeah, it could, and like like Enin said, it's down to how the coaches view their participation in the World Cup. Because see, the third choice goalkeeper, unless something dramatic happens, we really not kick any ball. So, what are the qualities of your first and the second choice goalkeepers? If the two of them are very good, you may not need a third choice goalkeeper, which is why the cosmetic, if you like, inclusion of Danlad has been made. And I always say that's not to say that he's not quality. Yeah. He's quality, but because you may not necessarily fall on the third choice unless in an extreme case, the penalty thing, look, any goalkeeper can save a penalty. I know we say some goalkeepers are good at penalties, but even at the very top level, we've seen it feel spectacular. I remember Louis van Gaal did the same thing when he was
even recently in the Carabao Cup final. Yeah, Thomas Tuchel
did this exactly.
Kepa, yes, and he couldn't save any of the 10 penalties.
Exactly. So it really is ifs and buts. But I feel that Coach Tuado, with the kind of technical backroom staff that he has in Chris Hughton and Didi Dramani and George Barton, they really will go for somebody who they feel deserves to be there instead of making an emotional argument, whether it's penalties, whether it's a local coach, whether it's progression and all of that. They will choose a goalkeeper with the thinking that things could really go wrong where your two goalkeepers will be unavailable.
Yeah. All right, so our squad we are doing our prediction for the final 26-man squad, and then we are going for 3 defenders. Now, it seems that Jojo Walcott and Richard Ofori are both in your picks. Yeah. Who takes the third spot?
My head says it will be Atizigi. My heart wishes it is Danlad.
Danlad.
I wish it would be Nuruddin.
Nuruddin.
Yeah, because I think if something unfortunate happens and Wolcott is not available and Richard Ofori is not available, the goalkeeper that fits to Otuado's style well, for me, I think it's Nuruddin, because with his distribution, reflexes, and the penalty, saves also comes in addition. So I think that it should be Nuruddin. Yeah. Nuruddin
so it seems it's clear that the final spot is between Nuruddin and then Lawrence Atizigi. Now let's move to the centre backs. Dennis Odoi, Tariq Lamptey, Alidu Seidu, Andy Yadom returns to the Black Stars. Baba Rahman, Gideon Mensah, Patrick Pozo plays for Sheriff Tiraspol in the Moldovan League. Dennis Nkrumah Kosa, Alexander Jiku, Salisu, Abdul Muni, Jonathan Mensah returns. Daniel Amate, Joseph Edu, Stephen Ambrosius, and Kasim Adams returns after a long time.
Yeah, I'm happy for Kasim Adams. He went on hibernation after the 2019 AFCON. Yeah. He had an exceptional tournament and a move to Hoffenheim. We were expecting so much for him, but his move didn't turn out well, and we didn't know what happened. But now he's found his feet, and he's playing very well for Basel. But can he break through the final squad? Because if you look at Otuado's collapse since he took over the Black Stars, it seems his options have been Jiku, Daniel Amate, and now he has Salisu. And then Joseph Edu. So 4 defenders. Can Kasim Adams break through? That's the question, and we leave that to Otuado to decide. But if you look at the defenders, for me, I think some of the numbers some of the players were in to fill up the numbers. Yeah, Dennis Kosa, he's not been exceptional this season to end a call-up. So somebody like Andy Yadom, looking at the options, he's fallen on the pecking order. So I think, yes, their names is good to fill up the numbers. So I think, yeah, it's okay. The names there.
Okay, so then if we are supposed to take 8 defenders, including laterals, and then, yes, which players are going to make your final squad?
It's a tough one because I think for the first time we're going to a tournament where our defense is where we are sport for choice. Yeah. In the past, it would be usually your midfield where it's very congested. But these days, we have a very decent defense. Don't forget there is Jonathan Mensah in there with his rich vein of experience. He's played at the World Cup before. But let's cut to the chase. There are 3 constants in there. Daniel Jiku, Daniel Amate, and Salisu are 3 constants who will be in there.
Right. Then let's bring in the laterals.
Daniel, Tariq Lamptey, Dennis Odoi.
So 5.
That's 5.
The left.
Gideon Mensah. That's 6. And then Baba
Rahman. 7. So if I go through now, it's left with Ali Dusedu, and then Patrick Pozo, Imoro Ibrahim, Dennis Joseph Edu, Abdul Muni. He is a player that I think that if he could get a chance, it could help his progression. So if you look at the young Ghanaian centre backs below the age of 20,
I think it's clear what the FA is doing. Look at Danlad, then we come to Abdul Mumin, then to Daniel Efri, to Fatah Ishaku. The FA seems to have a plan for the Black Stars. So I think Mumin in there, but to break into the final squad will be difficult.
So Joseph Edu, Stephen Ambrosius, and then Kasim Adams. Who picks the
final spot?
The final spot. Because we cannot go with 3 centre backs. I mentioned Ali Dusedu because Ali plays across the back line. So between, let's say we are supposed to pick 9 because we are adding defenders and then laterals.
I think we'll pick about 9. When it used to be 23, we pick usually 8. But because it's 26, I think we'll pick about 9.
So between Kasim, Jonathan, Stephen Ambrosius, Joseph Edu, Alidu, which 2 do you think that will join? Because it is looking like the numbers we've put out so far, bear any injuries, these guys will be in camp.
So it's just left with about 2.
So
it depends on what the coaches want to do. If they want to give experience and prospect in terms of, okay, the talent is there, the prospect is there, we want to see how they progress, we'll give them an opportunity, then people like Mumen and Ali Dusedu will get a look in. But if they still want to go with look, I want to go with the trusted guys, people who have been there, done it. Joseph Edu and Jonathan Mensah may get a look in. Jonathan Mensah, the MLS has not been the best of places to play your football. But because of his experience, he's played about 4 or 5 AFCONs. He's played at least 1 World Cup, as far as I know. That's 2014, I think. And so he has experience.
Two World
Cups.
2010 and 2014.
Yeah, it was part of the
2010 World Cup, the under-20 squad. So he has 2 World Cups under his belt. Yeah. And sometimes I begin to tilt towards these coaches wanting experience. And not necessarily giving an opportunity to the young ones. But because of Seidu's versatility, playing across the back line, he may have a look in, and then maybe Jonathan Mensah or Joseph Edu, because Joseph Edu has played very well. In fact, the last time I was here, I said he could be one of the informed players who does not go to the World Cup. But between now and the day of the final score, anything could happen. There could be injuries and all of that. So there are 2 spots, but 3 candidates: Alidu Seidu, Jonathan Mensah, Joseph Pencil, I think.
I have 4 candidates for the 2 slots. Yeah, one is Alidu Seidu because of his versatility, and Joseph Edu, of course, Stefan Ambrosius, and Kasim Adams because he's experienced too. He's been with the Black Stars before. So
he's not played under. He's not played under Otuado, and that's always the difficulty.
Yes, it might be the difficulty, but I think if you look at Kasim Adams' quality, even if his presence alone, if that opportunity falls for somebody to fill in for maybe Daniel Amate, he's the best option.
Why not Jonathan Mensah then? With 2 World Cups and
with the league he's playing.
But in terms of
league,
activeness,
the competitiveness and all that, Kasim Adams is ahead of Jonathan Mensah. So I think I have 4 players for the 2 slots.
Okay, so Stephen Ambrosius.
Can we talk about Patrick Pfeiffer? Why is he not in the squad? For me, he's the top 2. If you are mentioning top 2 centre backs, Ghanaian centre backs who are performing, you mention his name. He's doing well for them.
Why is he not in the
squad? Who are you competing with?
It's also a huge factor because I'm just.
I know Ambrosius is also in the lower division.
Bundesliga 2.
And that's why all of us have not mentioned his name to be part of the final squad. I think it will be difficult for them to be in the final squad.
Okay, now before we take the break, let's go to the midfielders because I think that is going to be very. It will give them some headache.
Yeah.
But
I think
for me, I think that
not for agenda purposes, but I think if Daniel Efriye is home and he finds his name in the midfield,
it means that he's not going.
it's some kind of give you a prior notice that it will be difficult to be in the 26 because Daniel Efriye is a forward. Yeah. And if you want to, if you are naming a squad and you put him in the midfield, what are you trying to say? He's going to compete with Chire.
Okay, so let me go through the squad real quick. Partey over the weekend, he was a star boy, destroying the likes of Jorginho and all the other Chelsea midfielders for Arsenal. Idris Ubaba, Edmonado returns to the Black Stars. Mubarak Wakasu, Elisha Owusu, Mudassiri Salifu making his first Black Stars call-up. Salis Abdul Samed lengths in the French League. Andre, Captain Majid Ashmeru, Joseph Pinto, Kudus, Daniel Kofitre, Daniel Efriye Barney, and then Schlupp returns to the Black Stars.
Yeah, we have options. We have quality. But
so 6.
If 6. Now, Daniel Kofitre is a doubt. I think he has an injury. And hopefully he will be ready for the tournament.
Yeah, we need that guy in the
tournament. We really need that guy.
If you are making your 6, he's one of the names in there. Thomas Partey should be in there.
Okay, 4 more.
Kudus should be in there.
Okay.
Idris Ubaba, fantastic guy. He should be in there. And it's really difficult with the midfield options. Jeffrey Schlupp.
Yeah. So 1.
Yeah. The one will be between Elisha Owusu, Mubarak Wakasu,
and Edmonado.
Edmonado hasn't been active.
No.
He's not played.
Abdul Samed Salis.
Yes. So it's really difficult because among if you look at Salis, Elisha Owusu, and Wakasu, Salis stands tall so far this season.
Yeah,
he's been the best player.
But Elisha has played in the Black Stars
in the
before
Black
against
Stars
Nigeria.
before.
He played very well.
And in terms of the coach's preference,
Yeah.
he will go for Elisha because he knows him very well. And it's difficult. We have options. I think it will give the coaches headache. Yeah.
The same players.
Yeah, I mean there are some constants in the Kudus
Yeah.
Partey constant, Baba Idrisi, because we don't have a lot of midfield defensive midfield options. So because of that, he gets an advantage because he's also played. So that's 3 slots gone.
Yeah.
Kofi Tre, if he's fit, he's one of the 2 players who can progress the ball aside
Again, they put Joseph Pentel as a midfielder.
I think there could be a mistake. Sometimes the coaches don't put labels. So sometimes the FA comms guys would do that themselves. Because I don't understand why he's a midfielder. I think he's a winger. So we've named Kudus, Partey, Kofi Tre,
Idrisu
Baba. That's 4.
Yeah.
I'm always tilted to believe that he will take Wakasu to the top. I think he will take Wakasu.
Why Wakasu?
Experience, because you see,
sometimes I understand.
If Ronaldo was a Ghanaian, we will say that he's too old.
But
if Thiago Silva was a Ghanaian,
it's not like Wakasu.
He would never go to the World Cup.
For me, it's not like Wakasu.
And that's what we do.
See, it's not like Wakasu is old. If he's going to the World Cup because he's going to motivate the players or something, it's not like Wakasu is going to start.
But we can't sit here and decide who.
If you go to a tournament and Baba Idrisu is not fit,
yeah,
I'm telling you, Wakasu will start.
But for me, if Baba Idrisu is not fit, the right replacement is Salis.
But Salis has not played in the Black
We shouldn't be doing this with the national team. This is a national team.
Okay.
If you are talking about a club team, then you have your core team that you build with over time. But this is a national team.
But you are making a case for a player who you've not seen in the national team before. Have you seen him in the national team before?
Because there are so many exceptional
players at club level. And I mentioned Kamaldeen Sulemana as an example.
It's about how you use them. For me, I think still Kamaldeen, we've not used him well. At the Black Stars.
How have we not used him well? Did you see him
Sometimes
at the AFCON?
We give to
Did you see him at the AFCON? What role was he supposed to play?
For the AFCON, you can say yes, it's his first tournament and all that. But for me,
his first tournament.
If Idrisu Baba is injured, the right player to take his place should be Salis. Because I believe that the national team...
On what basis? The fact that he's playing well at club level. Even Partey,
for the national team,
he doesn't play the same way at club level when it comes to the national team.
It's because of how we use him. And I have that argument. I've been arguing this. Because if we want the best out of Partey, Partey right now has to be in our lone DM, like lone 6.
Then Baba Idrisu will not get to play. That means you play Kudus and Tre in front of
yes, then we.
But in the national team,
our coach, his priority is to defend. So instead of instead of going for a lone midfielder, you go with a double pivot.
But it depends on the opposition you are playing.
No,
it depends on the opposition.
I think we have so much quality to set up an attacking team.
If you play against Brazil and you set up an all-attacking team, they are going to beat you.
It's not like that. We can match them.
Really?
I don't know. I don't know why our coaches don't believe in our players.
Even with Asian Muntai and Apia, we couldn't do it.
It's how you set up against them. You can still play a lone 6 and then set up a mid block, like yesterday Ateta did. You have your 4-1-4-1. You defend in that shape. Even with a lone midfielder, he has a huge block in front of him. And that makes it difficult for the opponent to break through. If you have the quality, bet on them, believe in them. But it seems we set up with the priority of being defending, hoping to get a counter and then score.
All right, so that's Emmanuel Lenin. He will not take Mubarak Wakasu to cut out any day.
They are very emotional arguments.
No.
And the same thing I say, if Thiago Silva was a Ghanaian, we'll say he shouldn't go. If Ronaldo was a Ghanaian,
he is showing certain level. Look at Thiago Silva right now. He's the best Brazilian centre back, even at age 38 or 37. So you can't argue about his age. Oh, Wakasu is not playing that well for him.
He's not playing actively.
He's playing actively, but he's not exceptional like Thiago Silva has been.
All right, so we'll be back after the break. This is GhanaWeb Mundial. When we come back, we have a tall list of wingers and strikers to go through. Then we go straight to the budget read in Parliament. Welcome back from the break. You're still watching GhanaWeb Mundial. We are giving you our pick for Ghana's final 26-man squad for Qatar 2022. Don't forget, our target is to get to the semi-final. Now, let's go through the wingers. Wingers Jordan Ayew, Kamal Dean Suleiman, Mohamed Dauda Mohamed also makes a return to the squad. We have Enes Nyama Yaoyaboa, Emmanuel Jesse returns, Isahaku Abdul Fattah, Osman Bukari, Ransford Yeboah, Kamal Sowa, Samuel Owusu, our darling boys, and then Christopher Nchweje, Joao Famie also makes a return. If we are supposed to pick how many? 5 wingers?
Goal scoring has been a problem for the Black Stars, and obviously.
So should we push Joseph Pinto here?
I think. Yeah, I naturally Joseph Pinto is a winger, so he will be in the list of wingers, but. The coaches will bet on players who can produce goals, not players that can, run with the ball and be unproductive on a pitch. So if you are going by that, I know Jordan Ayew has scored a couple of goals for the Black Stars. So if you are talking about goals, Jordan can give you goals sometimes. And experience too. And Kamal Dean has been the coach's favorite. He's been with the Black Stars and he's played under Otuado for
I think that for him, he has earned his minutes. Just that when we give him the opportunity at the national team,
me, I think he has a problem of trying to prove something, because at Rennes he plays with no pressure, and that is where you get to see him very well. But when he's at the Black Stars, there's a lot of pressure on him. He has to dribble. He does unnecessary things on the pitch. I think for me, and it's all about coaching. Otuado has to talk to him, and he can calm down in certain situations. But with the options, Jordan Ayew, Kamal Dean, Ransford Yeboah, he's one productive winger, and he's been scoring. Yesterday he scored for Hamburg. And let's say Osman Bukari should be in there. Fattah Isahaku, you can't leave him out because of his progression.
You haven't mentioned Pinto.
Pinto will come in.
So how many? Your 6 is Pinto, Suleimana, Jordan, Bukari, Ransford, and Fattah. Your boy Joao Famie, Samuel Owusu, they've all returned to the team.
Yeah. I think I told us what Ima is saying. I'm not sure about there's one player he mentioned. Was it Ransford?
Yeah, Ransford.
I don't know, but I would obviously go for the naturals, the Kamal Deans, Suleimana. I just hope that this tournament he has a good tournament, because he has the talent.
As it stands now, he's injured.
Yes, I think he will make a return. I don't know why that happens to him when a major tournament is coming. At the AFCON, he came late and he had COVID or something. I don't know, maybe that affected his performance at the AFCON. He's had some other opportunities. He's really not impressed me. But if you watch his club form, there's no reason why he shouldn't go. So I think he will go. And there's Ishaku who will go, that makes it 2. There is Joseph Pinto who will go, that makes it 3. Okay. Of course, Jordan will go. You don't play in the EPL. He's a player who's lasted long.
You can't play in the English Premier League
for
week
that
in,
long
week out, and
not be good enough.
Yeah.
So that makes it how much? How many?
4.
4. Which other players are in there?
We have Sowa.
Kamal Sowa.
His first call-up.
Yeah.
Emmanuel Jesse returns.
Maybe too.
Joao Famie.
Maybe too late for him too.
Yaoyaboa. You haven't mentioned Bukari.
Bukari goes. I like what I saw in Kumasi during the Ghana Nigeria game. He has pace to burn, and he's productive. It's not like Samuel Owusu. You know, Samuel Owusu has the pace to burn, but sometimes his last decision making can be a bit problematic. So I go for Bukari any day.
But can there be a case for Kamal Sowa?
I think so.
He's been superb for Club Brugge in the Champions League and in the Belgium Pro League.
Yeah, I think he has some issues with the coach. If the coach can forgive him, I think there was a time he called him and then he had excuses and all of that. So
I know.
That's if he will let
but
go of
looking
that.
at his performance, you can't play in the Champions League, win man of the match, score goals, and then not go to the World Cup.
Challenge, so sometimes it's not a one-off performance. You have to be consistent.
He's in good form. That I think there should be. The coaches should find a way.
If we have
just like we are making a case for
wingers who can give us goals.
And he's left-footed.
Yeah.
And I think in our team we lack left-footed wingers.
Aside Isahaku.
Apart from Isahaku. So if you have Kamal Sowa, then it will be a good addition.
Now our strikers, those that we are counting on them to do baby for us in Qatar. Inaki Williams, of course, this Friday he disappointed me big time. Almost Kalashi. Felix Afenejan, Antoine Semenyo, Kwesi Oche, Caleb Ekuban returns, and then Richmond Boachiyado. For Boachiyado, my biggest problem has been when he was on top of his game for Resta, taking the top scorer awards, he was never invited in the Black Stars. Now that it seems like he is not the Boachiyado, he's here. So our strikers, I think we will go with either 3 or 4.
Yeah.
So, which people are sitting home?
Red is going to sit home, I think.
On top of my head, I can mention about Ritz, Caleb, and then Rachel Boachiyado.
So, Antoine Semenyo, Felix Williams.
Yeah.
They will be going.
Certainly.
I won't be surprised if Boachi makes it, but I mean, yeah, Semenyo too could make the squad. So if we're taking 3, Inaki obviously is the constant.
Yeah.
Afenejan, he's not had a lot of playing time, but because of maybe for tomorrow, I think he earned his place in the Nigeria game. The Nigeria game, especially in the first leg. And even the second leg, I mean, playing as a lone striker,
he did well.
He gave the defense a lot of headache, even though he did not necessarily score, but he gave them, he knows how to move. His movement is good. But it's worrying that since he moved to Cremonese, he's not had a lot of
It's been the biggest disappointment for most Ghanaians. Thinking that
moving from AS Roma to a lesser
when they signed Andre Belotti, thinking that one will give him more opportunities to play. But I think that even in the qualifiers for the AFCON, he did pretty well.
So I think he and Inaki get to go. And then the rest will be Antoine Semenyo, Boachiyado. I don't think Caleb will make the squad. I don't think Ochiret will make the squad. Red has a good frame. If you see him, very huge. But
it's quite surprising. He's very slow.
Yeah, that Abanemano also. You know.
But one thing we should bear in mind that we are going to the World Cup with no potential like a striker with goal scoring prowess. Like
Inaki is potent.
We've never had. I mean, apart from Asamajan, and Asamajan was there for
Inaki
10
Williams
years.
is potent, but he squandered a lot of chances. His game is more of making runs in behind, creating spaces for the running midfielders, like a decoy. Yeah, he can play as a decoy for like Olivier Giroud did for France at the 2018 World Cup. He didn't score, but he did very well up front. So such a player, you don't rely on him for goals. Rely on him to create openings at the back for the Kudus and then the wingers to get some space to operate.
And I think in the game against Nicaragua, when they were not creating for him, I think he created like 2, but
with his runs, he's very good. He's smart, but I think his goal scoring, it's something else. And playing as a striker for Black Stars, it's really tiring because you'll be there waiting for the ball and the suppliers won't come.
I mean, that was his first start for the Black Stars. You have to understand that they've not played with him. They don't know his movements. Yeah. It will come with time. Unfortunately, this World Cup doesn't afford you a lot of time. They play, all the European leagues will play last game next weekend. And then the players will break for camp. And then the next week, the World Cup. In fact, 2 weeks from today, the World Cup would have started. 2 weeks from today, the World Cup will start 2 weeks from Sunday. Endra.
So is it also that we have to talk to our midfielders?
Yeah, we supply, release the ball.
Release the ball on time.
Kudus. Yes, we know he's a creative player. He's playing as a schemer. Yes, and playmakers, sometimes they love to hold the ball and then short players with their dribbles and all that. But if you are playing behind a striker, the striker should be your priority. When he's in space, you release the ball to him. That's what makes Ozil a standout number 10. because his priority is to find a striker, even in a tight space. So that's what Kudus should do. His priority is to find a striker, not to dribble.
I think that Asamoah spoke about it, that when he's playing for Ghana, one of his biggest problems was that when the game starts and he makes a run, nobody pass. They are waiting for 80th minutes, like 70, and now they'll be sending him all sorts of
long balls for him to run.
For him to run.
That makes it tiring.
At that time too, he has been running throughout the game, and he's tired.
And if you watch, he loves playing with Kojo Asamoah.
Yeah.
Because when Kojo Asamoah played as number 10 for the Black Stars, he was supplying Asamoah with a lot of balls. Yeah, so that's the quality we've been lacking over the years at the Black Stars. Yes, Kudus is an exceptional talent, but he needs to find our strikers when they make the move. It's not like we are playing defensively or we waste time on the ball. We find the players, but when it gets to some players, they fail to do their job, and that's costing us. That cost us in some tournaments we go. So for me, I think if Kudus decides to be unselfish, I think yes, we will have some goals.
That's why we need Daniel Kovice as well, because he has good vision. Partey also has good vision. Except when it comes to the Black Stars, sometimes he wants to himself progress the ball, but he has good vision too. But not to sidetrack you, don't you find it weird and strange that we never mention Ashimeru when he's in the
yeah.
You see that we are talking about it, that because for me, I think that it will take something extra, regardless of how he is playing in the Belgium league, for him to make the squad, because it has to be with who the coach is familiar with. And then I think that the players who made the squad for the Brazil and then Nicaragua game, I think 90% of them will make the final 26-man squad. That is why I think that for Ashimeru, maybe the friendly game we will play against Switzerland, if he gets the chance to play. You know, sometimes you're not...
When is that game?
On the 17th.
That time, they announced the squad. It's got to be announced on Monday, next Monday.
I think that maybe...
It's too late for him.
Maybe it might be too late for him, or he will have to take something exceptional.
Yes.
It's so difficult because you see, even this World Cup, we're taking 26. In the past, it's 23 players.
But still, it's
still difficult.
I think that
we have
the arrival of Inaki and then Tariq Salisu, I said that that day that these boys are, I said some people will go to Qatar.
They are even lucky that Kalu don't do it.
If they had also joined,
two more players out.
So be out. I think that for him it's quite unfortunate that he's playing very well, but where he is, there are equally good players who are also performing, and then they've been with the coaches he took over in March.
It will be difficult, just as you said. It will take something extra.
Yeah.
If you take Majina Shimeru, compare with Mubarak Wakasu, Elijah Usu, come on. Yeah. You can't put Majina Shimeru ahead of them.
All right, so that's the squad for you. Let me go through a couple of the names that we think will not be able to make the squad. Then we move straight to what the minister presented to Ghanaians on Friday. We think that Walcott, Manaf, Richard Ofori, and Atizigi, though it was a tie between Manaf and then Atizigi. Now, the defenders, we think that Andy Yadom might not go to Qatar. Patrick Pozo, Ibrahim Moro, Dennis Kosa, Abdul Mumin, Jonathan Mensah, they might not also go to Qatar. In the midfield, we pick Partey, Idris Baba, Mubarak Wakasu, we pick Andre, Mohamed Kudus, Daniel Kofitre, and then Jeffrey Schlupp. They were our pick for wingers. Jordan Ayew, Kamal Dean. We picked Fatawi Sahaku, Osman Bukari, Joseph Pento. Yeah, they were our pick. Attack, Inaki Williams, Felix Afenejan, and then Antoine Semenyo. These are our pick for Ghana's final squad for the 2022 FIFA World Cup in Qatar. Now, on Friday, the sports minister presented a budget of $14.1 million for the Mundial. My own problem is that at the group stage, We are supposed to earn $9 million, but we are going to spend 8.1 million. And my only question to the minister was that if the Black Stars was his personal business and then they stand a chance of making 9 million, would he sanction a budget for them to spend 8.1? But Emmanuel Lenin, he has a fantastic analysis for us, which means that if we don't qualify out of the group, Yaboka. But if we qualify, it means that we are going to get some cash. And I have some questions for you too. But before we start, let's listen to the Minister of Sports, Mustafa Yusuf, as he presented the budget on the floor of Parliament.
Having qualified for the tournament, the FA received $1.5 million from FIFA to augment the Black Star preparation. And this amount was useful to the team. Friendly matches to improve technical and managerial readiness for Qatar. Ghana will receive further $9 million for our group stages participation in the tournament, covering 3 games against Portugal, Uruguay, and South Korea. Our group stage appearance will cost us as a nation an estimated amount of $8,166,200 United States dollars. With our side firmly fixed on progressing throughout the knockout stages, and I'm delighted to give more good news. Mr. Speaker, progressing from the group stage to the round of 16th will increase Ghana prize money from $9 million to $13 million. At this stage, our expenditure is likely to increase to $8,792,600 United States dollars. Mr. Speaker, when we progress from the round of 16th to quarterfinals, the prize money will also increase from $13 million to $17 million. At this stage, our expenditure will also likely to increase from the $8,792,600 to $9,512,200 United States dollars. If we progress from the quarterfinals to the last 4, Ghana stands to receive $27 million United States dollars to $42 million US dollars. At this stage, we estimated a combined expenditure for the tournament at $14,184,100 United States dollars. This estimated expenditure include appearance fees, bonuses, per diem, flight arrangement, medical equipment, logistics, and hospitality. Mr. Speaker, whichever way we look at revenue and expenditure commitments for Qatar 2022, the benefits of playing in the World Cup far outweighs the expenditure with several other unquantifiable benefits. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the entire country that in these difficult economic challenges that we face, every penny will be used judiciously, and we have agreed with the FA that we will maintain the compensation, that is the appearance fee bonuses, as it was used in 2014 World Cup in Brazil. Mr. Speaker, additionally, club of each player will also be given daily amount of $10,000 United States dollars throughout the tournament of the player.
Minister of Youth and Sports, Mustafa Yusuf, is the one you heard reading the 2022 FIFA World Cup budget on our behalf to his colleagues, members of Parliament, on Friday. The minister said that he will make sure that every penny is being accounted for. And then before we came on set, you were talking to me about some analysis you've put together with the figures, which shows that if we are able to progress from the group, we might come home with some millions of dollars.
Yeah, but first of all, let's state that Kasa and Frama. Yes. you can say you account for every penny. Okay. But when things go wrong,
let's give him the benefit of the doubt and see.
And you come to the Parliament, you'll be forced to do damage control, so you won't account for certain things. Okay. Yeah. So Kasa and Frama, working. But I think I'm happy with the budget. It's wise with the minister. I mean, This is a very good budget. We were all talking about 25 million be budgeted for the World Cup, and we were shouting that hey, the economy is not good and all that. But I think for 40 million, and you look at Ghana's target, it means we stand a chance of getting some cool 9 million as benefit.
If we get to
the semi-finals.
Okay.
Yeah. If you get to the semi-finals. Right. Because if you are able to make the semi-finals and let's say finish fourth,
we get 25.
25 million. And we budgeted 14 million. So if you do the maths, we stand a chance of getting some cool cash. But the problem is how the money is being situated. If you look at the group stage only.
8.1.
8.1. We are playing 3 games, right? 8.1. But in the semi-finals, we will play two games. And the minister budgeted 4.6. So how do you budget 4.6 for 2 games? Then you budget 8.1 for 3 games.
No.
It's not like you are going to pay for facilities, you are going to pay for... I mean, come on. It's just 3 games. So it should have been around, let's say, 6, 7. You see, just to reduce the cost. But aside that, it's a good budget. But where we stand a chance of incurring a cost is when the team failed to progress from the group stage. Yeah. Because we budgeted 8.1. And then we stand a chance of earning 9 million from the group stage only. So if you do the maths and you deduct the 8.1 from the 9 million, it means we will benefit around 7 point something. And that would be a loss.
All right, so before I go to that, in your analysis, your analysis, you didn't factor in the cost of the qualifiers, even though we don't know.
Yes, because even if you subtract the 9.1, the 8.1 from the 9 million, and then you get your little over 1 million, let's say less than 1 million. Then you have a cost to bear from the qualifiers, because we know that winning bonuses and then the playoff bonuses are still not being settled. So let's say you have about $500,000 to settle. Take that one from the less than 1 million. I mean, it's still a loss. Because the World Cup, everything is being funded by FIFA, and we should be getting money
50-man contingent from every country.
Yes, to start something, start better projects with the World Cup. Because I think from the 2006 World Cup and then the 2010 World Cup, we started a Pram project with that money, right? Yeah, so we are talking about World Cup that gives the FA and the government money to start new projects, to unearth talents, to better our players in the country. And if you are going to a World Cup and then if you exit the group stage and you get less than $500, I mean, it's a huge loss.
$500,000.
$500,000. Yeah, it's a loss for the country.
You need to situate the conversation well. When I was much younger into this profession, I spoke like a name, so I can understand where it's coming from. First of all, there is no guarantee that you will qualify for the World Cup. Once you decide that you're going to play in the World Cup qualifiers, it's a gamble.
Okay.
It's a gamble that could bear fruit or could not bear fruit. Nigeria were the team that we eliminated.
Yeah.
They had played all their qualifiers, won majority of their games until they met us. All that bonuses and the cost they incurred is gone. They don't go to the World Cup. It could have been the case for Ghana. So that is an investment the government makes into the national team.
Okay.
Whether you qualify or not is a gamble. So yes, I agree with you. The cost of the World Cup is inclusive of the qualifiers.
Yeah.
But the qualifiers is a decision you make and say we'll play. Okay. If at the last hurdle against Nigeria we didn't qualify, we'd have won some games and paid some bonuses anyway, and will not get anything for not qualifying for the World Cup. Okay. Now you qualify for the World Cup. There are tangible benefits of qualifying for the World Cup and intangible benefits of qualifying for the World Cup. So you need to understand those things. Now, the 9 million plus you say we would receive playing in the group stages is not inclusive of the almost 2 million you get as preparation money.
Yeah, I didn't add that because from what the minister said,
that money,
we've already spent that money.
Yeah, that money.
That's why I didn't.
We've already taken that money. 1.5 million.
The preparation money.
Yeah, 1.5 But the World Cup qualification itself is a $12 million. Guaranteed money. 12 million.
Yeah.
The money for preparation is also you play friendly matches and pay for some of them. If you are lucky and you are in hot form, countries will pay you to play against you. Unfortunately, we are the least ranked team going to the tournament. It means that to get friendly match, sometimes you have to pay for it because you are not seen as attractive like a few years ago. So you have to add that money, that preparation fee, to the World Cup benefit because let's say if FIFA had not increased the money, you still spend money in qualifying in preparing the team for the World Cup.
And that's been sorted by FIFA. Right?
Yeah, it's part of the $12 million you get for the group stages alone.
Yes.
You understand? Yes. Because you kept mentioning the 9.1.
My problem is budgeting 8.1 for 3 games.
Yeah.
Whilst you earn 9 million.
Yeah.
And if you progress to the semi-finals, you play 2 games.
Yeah.
And you've budgeted 4.4.
Why do you play 3 games? You play the round of 16. You play quarterfinal before you play semi-final.
At every stage, because I did the breakdown in this story, we will put the link in the description for you. You can check it out on GhanaWeb. And then this is why I seem to tilt with Ima. At the round of 16, we are supposed to spend $626,400 to play the round of 16 game. That's our budget for round of 16 game.
So add it to the 8.1.
Yeah.
That's around 8,700,000.
Yeah. And then at the quarterfinal stage, that game alone, we will spend $719,600 for quarterfinal game.
Yeah.
But at the semi-final level, we are supposed to play 2 games.
2 games.
Whether we win the semi-final or lose, we play either the final or the third in place.
2 games.
But that 2 games, we are going to spend 4.6.
Yeah.
And then
for the 2 games.
And then that's where I don't understand, because if you add the group stage, the round of 16 and the quarterfinal,
that's also 2 games.
It's not up to 1.5 million. That's also 2 games.
2 games.
Yeah. But that's 2 games at the same time.
I understand you, but you need to. I'll send you a link about how much German players got when they won the World Cup.
Yeah,
if you look at because if you look at what the base they got was in terms of we are going appearance fee, they got about $100,000 each. Yeah. By the time they won it, they had quadrupled it. Every player got about 500,000.
Yeah.
The higher you go, the higher the bonus and the motivation. That because the higher you go, the players demand a percentage of how much they will get as they progress.
The 42 million.
The 42 million.
So what's the bonus structure?
Yeah. So the devil is in the detail. That's why I prefer to stick with the base, which is the 8.
Okay.
Because in that analysis, there's not argument about as you progress how much you earn, because as you progress the money increases, the players will demand more as you increase in going to the tournament.
Okay, so if I understand you, the report out there is that they've agreed 100,000 appearance fee, and then the players are not going to take winning bonus, but they will take qualification. So if we progress. So
from the group stage, right?
From the group stage. So
you add all of it.
Maybe that will account for the 8.1. Because
so are you telling me that the bonuses for the group stage qualification is higher than the bonuses they will pay for the round of 16?
I'm saying that, you see, at the group stage we are going to pay 2 bonuses if they qualify.
Yeah.
The appearance fee and then the qualification bonus.
Yes.
But at the round of 16 to the semis, it's just the qualification bonus for each stage.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's why it's 8.1.
No. I see the 8.1 for me is the devil is in the detail.
Okay.
The devil is in the detail in the case that there are 21 official backroom staff.
Yeah.
Per the release that we saw. Yeah. There are 26 players plus 21 officials.
Per diem.
They'll be per diem.
Yeah.
Every tournament there's per diem. Every player gets per diem.
Yeah, per diem.
And I'm using my experience covering the national team the last 10, 12 years as the basis.
Okay. 26
players, each of them will be paid a basic appearance fee of 100,000. That's 2.6 million. Basic. Before you kick a football. 2.6. The 4 coaches, the head coach, the technical
advisor, the 2 assistants.
That's 4.
There are 5 goalkeepers trainer.
Let's take it to 4. Let's take 4. 26 plus 4, that's 30. If every of them gets, if each one of them gets 100,000, that's 3 million.
Okay.
Add the goalkeepers trainer, the masseur, the team manager, the equipment officer. There are 21 of them.
Okay.
In fact, in that list, they didn't add scouts. There are scouts who work. By half of the money would by the time you kick a football would have gone into paying appearance fee and per diems. More than half of it, about 5 million will be gone. Every day the players stay in camp, they are paid about $200. Every one of them. And they use that to buy things, airtime, buy friends who come and visit. You need something at home. That's the reason why they are giving per diems.
Okay.
And I say the devil is in the detail because the minister doesn't talk about how they are going to fund supporters. And there's a government delegation. FIFA takes care of only 50 people.
Yeah.
Now, 21 backroom staff, 26 players. How many?
That would be 47.
So if you add even 3 more people to it.
Management committee members.
Exactly.
No, that's the problem. If you are telling me you will pay winning bonuses and appearance fee for management committee
No, we're not talking about me winning bonus for those people. Those people, the 50 people, the team itself, 26 plus coaching staff and scouts, they are 47.
No,
if all the scouts have
we've not added
the
scouts.
All the scouts become the 50 is exhausted.
Yeah. Okay, 50.
The rest of the people who go, everything they spend is part of the budget.
How do you include that in the budget?
It's not on the budget.
That's my problem.
So
that's my
who
problem.
pays for them? They should pay individually.
Who pays for them?
So why do we go to a tournament and you see all the Black Stars management committee members with the team, every step of the team, you see them. Why? You are going to pay them pay them too.
Of course.
He's a Black Star management committee.
I'm
coming.
I'm finding it difficult to understand.
I'm coming. If you are managing the sports desk and then the sports desk is going to a competition in the United States and they leave you here, how are you going to manage them?
But should it be all of them?
I'm saying that.
How are you going to drop some people?
No, you can go with the chairman and the assistant. That's why you have a chairman and then the assistant. No, this is not about Charlie Kroma. No, we are in economic.
But the money is not for government.
We have to fight.
The money is not government money. It's FIFA. It's FIFA money.
So I think that
it's not like I'm agreeing or not. But you see, the first thing people must understand is that the money is not government money.
The 40 million is not from government.
No, by the time you reach the semi-final, how much would you earn?
Yeah, that's why I stated earlier on that if we don't make it out of the group,
even that I don't necessarily agree.
Okay.
Because you want to add the qualification.
Yeah, because you settle some bonuses from the qualification.
But the point is that even if you are not qualified, it's how can
but see, it is something different. If I invest in something and then I don't get any returns.
Yes.
That one is.
We have astroturfs in this country that we need to fix. No, I don't want to go there. But see,
you see why I started by saying that they are tangible and intangible. How do you quantify the intangibles?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That
we shouldn't go to a tournament and come empty-handed.
The intangibles are the joy and all those things that we get when we qualify.
There's beyond even that.
Yeah, but
it is how you, even your tourism, will leverage.
Yes.
Because if Black Stars qualify out of the group, do you know how much mileage you get on platforms like BBC and CNN?
That's what I'm saying.
It depends on what you do with it.
If we don't qualify, I'm looking at if we don't qualify. Pay our budget.
No, if you don't qualify, where is the loss? Even if you don't qualify, 8.1 out of 9 million. Yeah. How is that a deficit? If you do a simple
it's less than 1 million. It's less than 1 million. And you use that less than 1 million. Pay for bonuses. Bonuses.
Okay, so you might be. We've exhausted our time. Your main issue is if we don't qualify.
That's my problem.
And then if we don't qualify, we'll discuss it on Thursday when we look at the expectations of Ghanaians and where we think our team. I've said my own that. we are going to qualify because we will beat South Korea and then we beat
You
Uruguay.
think?
Oh, you qualify.
South Korea is the South Korea is the most.
See, I'm saying that pick our squad, pick our midfield, and go to Uruguay. The only one who will come in is Federico Valverde.
Yes, but you have a coach. See, you have a coach who prioritizes defending than attack.
Okay, so
so if you are going to play against South Korea, he prefers to defend first.
It's okay. We'll talk about that on Thursday. This on Friday. Sorry, on Friday. The next episode of the GhanaWeb Mundial will be on Friday. As we look at the expectations of Ghanaians, we will analyze our team, our opponent, and we'll see where we think, based on our projections, the team will reach. Daniel Odro, journalist from GhanaWeb, join us. Thanks very much, Danny. Emmanuel Edin, yes, to the entire production crew, Richmond Vanderpoy, Mr. Jao Kwame Adom, thank you very much. My name is Joel Leshen, and I'll be coming your way on Friday. Until we meet again, trust the process.
Sure if I'm getting what you're saying. I thought that by the constitutional mandate, I have the privilege of being absent for a few days before the 15th. Thereafter, your authority is required or your permission is required. So if you say that you don't have the mandate, constitutional mandate, to grant me leave of absence beyond the 15 days, I'm now wondering, when then do you have the authority to give me leave to be absent?
Can you go back to read the genesis of this rule in the Constitution? Read it from the time of the First Republic up to date. Go and read the constitutions. You are a lawyer by profession. You will come to understand why I made this statement. But as I indicated earlier on, I'll be coming out with a written guidance to members on this matter. And as I said, if you are not satisfied, you are entitled to.
As for the Atwanyamai, nobody will take you on that. You know. So, but I read it and I thought my understanding is what I'm trying to prefer. But we'll go back to it and then we will see.
Actually, initially it used to be 20 days, but the 20 days was within a session of Parliament. It's the 1992 Constitution that reduced it to 15 days within a meeting. So you go and read. Okay. Page 9. Yes. Deputy.
Mr. Speaker, having given me a smile, it appears your mood has changed to that of joy. Because earlier I thought you were not in a good mood. Because you knocked Habib and knocked the prefect.
The fact that they be absent without permission.
You are in a very good mood. Now, initially I thought you were not in a good mood. So I was trying to catch your attention. Mr. Speaker, you gave him a technical knockout, and you did same to your son, Habib. Mr. Speaker.
Well, I'm not a pugilist.
Mr. Speaker, may we have a look at Article 97(1)(c)?
Article 97.
It is so, Mr. Speaker. 97, I mean, of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana.
We are now handling those proceedings.
There was a prayer from Honorable Katie for your guidance.
And I asked him to go and read. You want to read for him?
Mr. Speaker, with your leave. It can only be with your leave.
Please, may you resume your seat.
Very well.
Page 9. Page 10. Yes, page 10.
Speaker, if I may take you back to page 8, item number 30. I believe that my application for leave was duly granted as far as as 26th of October. And so it cannot be the case that I'm marked absent without permission yesterday. So, if that
Honorable Member, were you in the House?
No, I was not.
Sorry?
I was absent with permission yesterday.
Who granted you the permission?
Speaker, I believe that the Speaker granted my permission when I put in.
You agreed with who?
Said I believe.
You believe?
Yes.
That's a very wrong belief.
I say so because on the Friday.
Honorable Member, I said it's a wrong belief. So please, may you resume your seat. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Yes, sir.
Honorable Speaker, on page 16, item 3, Roman numeral VII, the designation for Mr. Francis Ahiza should be Director, Monitoring and Evaluation Unit, Ministry of Roads and Highways. The "of" was omitted. Thank you.
Honorable Member, thanks so much for drawing our attention to that. Table office, please insert the "of" after ministry. Page 17. Page 18. Yes.
I'm most grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, there is an omission in the first paragraph at page 18, the meeting of the Committee on Government Assurances. The committee met on Wednesday, 31st August 2022 at 11 a.m. and considered assurances made by the Honourable Minister responsible for local government. By is omitted. So if the table office can kindly correct it. Thank you very much.
Honorable Member, thanks so much. Please insert "by" after "made." Table office kindly do so. Page 19. Page 20. Page 21. Page 20. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name, they've added an H to it. And Atta Mills is spelled A-T-T-A. There's no H in that one. Thank you very much, sir.
Table office, that's page 20, item 2. Roman IX. The Atta, there is no H. Page 21. Page 22. Page 23. Page 24. Page 25. Yes, Honorable Member.
Right, Honorable Speaker, they've made the same mistake on page 25.
Table office, consequential amendment. Page 26, yes.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I believe our honourable colleague will want the table office's correction to be whole and complete. They are also introducing a hyphen in his name, which is not supposed to be the case. Atta Mills is without a hyphen. So if they can complete the corrections. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The correction is on which page? Honorable Member, are you talking about page 25?
Yes, sir, page 25.
But the hyphen is there on page 25.
There should be no H.
Yes, that was the correction he made.
Yes, sir.
But you are talking about us adding the hyphen. It should be taken off.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
Again?
The hyphen could be taken off, yes.
Yeah, but the earlier one, you didn't ask us to take off the hyphen. Is there?
Right, Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, I spoke about the H.
Yes.
Yes.
But you left the hyphen.
Yes, sir.
And so it continues.
Yes, because there's another correction to be made on page 28.
So it was an oversight.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Table office, please, H and hyphen, both should be deleted. Page 26. Page 27. The same correction, consequential, page 28. Page 29. Page 30. Page 31. Page 32. Yes, Honorable Member.
Right, Honorable Speaker, let me take you back to page 30. Item 1 under Committee on Defense and Interior. The chairman of the committee is Honorable Kennedy Ohene-Agyapong, not Ken Ohene-Agyapong. Thank you.
Is the Honorable Chairman around? Honorable Member, do you have any objection to your name being called Ken? Honorable Mr. Ken Ohene-Agyapong, do you have any objection to the use of Ken? You prefer it to be Kennedy?
It's Ken. Ken Ohene-Agyapong. It's Ken.
Honorable Member, he prefers Ken.
Ken. Short.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, since the convention of the House, Mr. Speaker, resides in your bosom, Mr. Speaker, is it the case that honorable members of the House have the permission or they have a contract, Mr. Speaker, to take up the issue of other colleagues' names and the proper rendition and the pronunciation and all that on behalf of members who are actually in the House? But we simply already have a very serious situation where a colleague is attributing to an honorable member who is right here in the parliament today a name which doesn't belong to him. So, Mr. Speaker, can we have a ruling on that? The honorable member in the House, they should allow him, like our brother, the honorable member from Commander, when he objected to Atta Mills, the comma, the hyphen, and the H, he was here, and my younger brother, Honorable Tong, member of Parliament, wanted to take up, Mr. Speaker, that job, and he got it disastrously wrong. And this other guy, Mr. Speaker, is also, you didn't get it wrong. Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, let there be a ruling. Members in the House should take up the challenge themselves and not others who are not employed, who have not been commissioned to take it up for them. it will lead us into temptation, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, this is what we call practice and procedure. That has been the practice of the House. If you want us to change that practice, you can come properly for us to do so. But since I came here on the 7th of January 1993, that has been the practice. That time you were not yet in Ghana. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, yes, the honorable member for Ododo.
Right Honourable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Right Honourable Speaker, I have noted that the votes and proceedings captures meetings that have been done in September. Meanwhile, this is supposed to be the votes and proceedings of yesterday's deliberations in this House. Your Committee on Local Government had a meeting yesterday. It has not found space in the votes and proceedings of today, but that of September 17th, 18th are the ones we are considering. So I will plead that table office look at this issue critically.
Expedited. Yeah, they should expedite.
Honorable member, ensure that your clerks submit the report early. It's very important. You might have held your meeting, done your deliberation. That has to be transmitted to a table office, and sometimes it takes some time before it reaches the table office. Immediately it gets there, they put it on the order paper. So please cross-check and see whether it is from your committee secretariat or the table office. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 10th sitting held on Wednesday, 9th November 2022 are adopted as a true record of proceedings. Item 5, urgent questions. We have a number of urgent questions on today's order paper, and all the urgent questions, 4 in number, are directed at the Minister for the Interior. The first, which is 5A, stands in the name of the Honorable John Kobina Abam Abwa Santi, the Honorable Member for Impoho. Please, Honorable Member, the Minister has taken his seat. You may ask your question now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask.
Deputy Minister for Finance, are you on your feet on point of order? Yes, please, go on.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask Minister for Interior what measures the ministry is putting in place in the wake of the recent disturbances and unrest in our schools and campuses.
What did you say?
Security and to address the issues of students, agitation and demonstration. Thank you very much.
Please, honorable member, speak into the mic and read the question as is captured on the order paper.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Interior what measures the ministry is putting in place in the wake of the recent disturbances and unrest in our schools and campuses to improve security and to address the issues of student agitation and demonstrations. Thank you very much.
Well, please,
what is the problem?
The question is on the order paper. I'm sure the minister has read it. Please, you may respond to the question.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a rule, generally, it's not a matter of student disturbances and arrests in public schools and campuses. However, there have been a few unfortunate isolated students demonstrations and agitations in our public schools, notably Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology and Islamic Senior High School, Kumasi. It must be emphasized that these student demonstrations were professionally handled by the police to restore peace and order. The police administration understands the need to provide safe, secure, and congenial atmosphere within our public universities and schools. To this end, the police administration has initiated pragmatic security measures, which include, but not limited to the following: vigorous police patrols are being carried out in our public schools to respond to any emergency security situation. Police presence in public places within our public schools have also been increased. More plainclothes police personnel have been deployed for surveillance and intelligence gathering to assist in taking proactive measures to prevent violence. Modern gadgets have also been deployed to enable arrest and prosecution of perpetrators of violence, and intelligence-led policing strategy have been put in place to promote the use of covert operations. The police and other security agencies are working in partnership in matters of intelligence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, any supplementary question?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members,
thank you very much.
We move to question 5B, and is the same honorable member who is to ask the question. Yes, honorable member, you may do so.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, once again. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Interior measures being outlined or implemented by the ministry to tackle the menace of police brutality and attack on civilians, sometimes innocent students, and recent times. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is pertinent to note that the duty and responsibility of police in any mob or righteous situation is to maintain law and order while observing international best policing practices. In the midst of riot control, the police always ensures the rights of the rioters are not infringed upon. The police administration would like to reiterate its position and state emphatically that unexplained brutalities and attacks on civilians are unprofessional and unacceptable conduct, which the police service frowns upon. Officers found to have misconducted themselves in this regard have in one way or the other been made to face the due process and appropriate punitive action meted out. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Honorable Member, any supplementary question?
No, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, we move to question 5C. Question 5C stands in the name of Honorable Dr. Zaneto Ajiman Rollins. The Honorable Member for Clote Kole. Honorable Member, you may ask your question now.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask a question, and it's to inquire from the Minister for the Interior what measures the ministry is putting in place to mitigate the devastating impact of the most recent floods on persons living in the affected areas.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the National Disaster Management Organization, NADMO, continues to work assiduously to save properties and lives in times of flood and or other disasters. Recently, some districts in the northern part of the country experienced flooding due to spillage of the Bari Dam by the Sonabel of Burkina Faso. Also, in Ashanti and eastern regions, Manso Nkwanta, Chebi, Abuakwa, Koforidua, and Sumbugun have, among others, been affected. Parts of Greater Accra region, Wejagbawi, Ga East and Ga West, as well as Bupe and its areas in the Savannah region have also been affected. NADMO provided both food and non-food items to most affected victims after working hard to save lives and property. Before the spillage of the Bari Dam in Weja Dam, an intensive sensitization program was carried out to educate the populace. Same is ongoing in the Akosombo and Kwon environs to prepare the community towards a probable spillage of the Akosombo and Kwon dams, which are at its fullest peak as we speak. The Minister of the Interior assures the public of NADMO's readiness to continue to save lives and property by using proactive measures and available supplies at hand. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member, any supplementary?
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to find out from the Minister whether the Ministry is considering any collaboration with either the Works and Housing Ministry or the or any other relevant ministry to create reservoirs downstream from some of these dams so that the excess water can be stored for future use, given the erratic nature of our rainfall pattern now, and the fact that the water can be used for other purposes, and in the process of doing so, also reduce the amount of spillage that occurs in the surrounding area.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Member has raised a very important point. Yes, NABMO and the Ministry of Interior takes care of the impact on persons and property. Works and Housing has got a plan to deal with the flooding and is working on some infrastructure which include the creation of dams along the line of rivers and what have you. The details of that would be known by the Works and Housing. But at our level, we sometimes have to use equipment to open up gutters and drains to let the water flow. But the more physical construction programs are left first with Works and Housing, and in some cases, roads and highways, when we find out that some roads have culverts or bridges that are inadequate to contain the flow of water. So yes, there is that collaborative effort, but the details, as far as those programs are concerned, are more in the bosom of the Minister for Works and Housing. Thank you.
Honorable Member, you have another opportunity to ask supplementary.
No, Right Honourable Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Members, we move to the last urgent question. Question 5D stands in the name of the Honorable Member for Nkranza South, Honorable Emmanuel Kwadwo Ajekum. Honorable Member.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to use this opportunity to thank the Minister for Interior. The police station has actually been opened, and I think the question that I'm going to ask has actually outlived. So I just want to say thank you very much, the Minister for Interior, just that we still need more police to be posted to Nkranza. Thank you.
That's all. You have used the opportunity to ask for more. Oliver, please.
Okay, so
question accordingly.
All right, so Mr. Speaker, I'm taking this opportunity to withdraw the question. Thank you.
Well, the question has been withdrawn, and I'm sure it goes with your earlier comment. If you want police personnel to be posted to the station, I think the proper thing to do is to get in touch with the minister and the ministry. So question accordingly withdrawn. With this, I want, on behalf of the House, to thank the Minister for answering the urgent questions. We'll now move on to the normal questions, and we'll start with question number 937. Stands in the name of the Honorable Member for Kwando, Honorable Mrs. Della Soa. Honorable Member, you may ask your question now.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister of Interior the possibility of realigning policing of Befi to be under Kwando Police District in line with the demarcation of the constituency. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Befi is currently under Golopati Police District, which is under Fajato South District Assembly. Therefore, realigning Befi under Kwando District will require consultation with all stakeholders. I believe even in Parliament here, you could facilitate that by discussion with your colleague from in charge of Afajato. That is certainly something that we need to do with the participation of the community and stakeholders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, any supplementary?
Right, Honorable Speaker, we have done some consultation. He's now asking that we do more consultation with my neighbor MP. So that will be done. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, we move to question number 940. Stand in the name of the Honorable Member for Keita, Honorable Kwame Jujole Gakwe. Yes, Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, he has an urgent. Mr. Speaker, I have been asked to ask the question on his behalf. If I'm seeking your leave to do that.
Honorable Member, you've been asked by who?
Honorable Member, Mr. Speaker.
You say you've been asked to ask the question on his behalf. Who asked you to ask the question on his behalf?
Okay, Mr. Speaker, he has just walked in, so please, he will do his own question.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. I rise to ask the Minister for Interior the number of suicide
Honorable
cases.
Member, before you ask your question, did you instruct him to ask the question on your behalf?
So yes, please, Mr. Speaker. I went to the washroom.
Since when?
So I asked in case.
Since when did you take back the instructions?
Mr.
You're sorry, but you gave me your.
When did you take back the instructions?
When I was going to the washroom. Mr. Speaker, sorry, I was called, so sorry for that.
Well, I will forgive you. You can ask your question.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm highly indebted to you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I will please proceed with my question. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Interior the number of suicide cases recorded among Ghana Police Service personnel and measures being taken to mitigate it.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the year 2020 to date, 3 suicide cases have been reported in Sekendi, Accra, and Tema regions. Mr. Speaker, to address the recurrence of this unfortunate situation, the Welfare Directorate of the Ghana Police Service, in partnership with the Psychological Consulting Unit, embarked on sensitization programs on the following: need for personnel to open up and speak on issues bothering them, provide psychological first aid tips for personnel, detect early signs of mental sickness and the need to report these signs to authorities for help, suicide, and its effect on society, among others. In addition to these interim mitigating measures, the police administration in February 2021 created the Police Counseling Unit, PCU. The unit is mandated to handle the wellness and general mental health issues of police personnel, their families, and dependents. The unit is situated outside the premises of the Ghana Police Service in order to make it accessible to affected persons without being stigmatized. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you, the Minister, for the answering these questions. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister, as he mentioned in the answer, from 2020, I would like to know whether this unit setup is in all regions, the unit, in terms of the welfare directorate, is it in all regions in Ghana?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much. It is in all regions, and in fact, as a supportive measure, the police is recruiting more of counselors, more priests, pastors, imams to actually fortify that unit, and all regions are covered.
Any further supplementary?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the Minister, how many psychologists do we have in Ghana Police Service, and are they in all regions?
Mr. Speaker, right honourable Speaker, I don't have the number, but I believe if the member is so committed to that, you may file so that I can get the numbers for you.
Honourable Minister, I didn't even grant you the permission to come and answer the question.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very sorry.
I was trying to see whether that could be a supplementary question, not a substantive question. And then you decided to volunteer. Yes, Honourable Member, I think you may file a substantive question on this, where it requires more investigation and a more detailed answer than a supplementary question. So if you have another supplementary, you may do so now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to find out from the Minister, those in districts and their communities, how would they benefit from these counseling and psychological services?
You said those where?
In the districts and the communities, the police personnel who are in the district and their communities, how would they benefit from the psychological counseling issues and as well as the welfare?
Why did you ask the question?
Mr. Speaker, because the Minister mentioned that these services, the directorates are in regions. They are situated in the regions. That is why I asked that question.
Your substantive question says to ask the Minister for the Interior the number of suicide cases recorded among Ghana Police Service personnel and measures being taken to mitigate it.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Now you are being told about the measures being taken to mitigate it, and you are asking how they are going to benefit from those measures.
Mr. Speaker, in his answer provided
it makes mention of Welfare Directorate for Ghana Police Service in partnership with Psychological Counseling Unit embarked on sensitization program on the following. So he mentioned the topics. So I was inquiring from the minister, those from the district as well as the community, the police, how is this benefiting them? Because this unit is set up in the region. That is why my follow-up question goes in that direction.
Well, from the answer is for the police. It's not for the public.
Yes, the police in the district as well as community. The police service I'm talking about. They are in the district, they are in the community.
Honorable Minister, maybe you get the question better than I do. So if you have any answer, please.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I don't get it. Actually, the answer about regions was in response to your follow-up, whether the welfare is established in the regions. And I said yes. But these operate as part of the police service. And so I believe that all police are covered.
Yes, honorable members, we move to question number 1080. Stands in the name of the honorable member for Medina, Honorable Francis Xavier Kojo Sosu. Honorable member, you may ask your question now.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for the Interior the state of aftercare services in Ghana and measures being taken to improve aftercare services with a view of achieving effective integration of ex-convicts.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Social Welfare Department, a government strategic agency under the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, is mandated to provide aftercare services to ex-convicts and indeed inmates. This is expected to be carried out in collaboration with the Ghana Prison Service to ensure effective and quality integration of persons into society. Unfortunately, most inmates, ex-convicts, do not benefit from the arrangement for aftercare services from the Social Welfare Department. That notwithstanding, Article 2083, Roman 1 of the 1992 Constitution empowers the Prison Service Council to undertake appointment and composition of welfare committees for prisoners and discharged prisoners, as well as other persons released from legal custody. These committees, with representatives from the Social Welfare Department, also double as prison discharge boards, which seek to and ensure that inmates are adequately prepared for discharge release into society. In addition to the above, provisions of Section 52(1) and Clause 1 and Clause 2 of the Juvenile Act 2003, the Prisons Administration prepares periodic reports on the expiration of detention on juveniles for the attention of the Social Welfare Department to facilitate administering of after care service to affected juveniles. Mr. Speaker, let me use this opportunity to state that Ghana Prison Service is doing its best to ensure inmate discharge behave well, to facilitate whole integration into society.
Honourable Member, any supplementary?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the answer given by the Honourable Minister, he says that unfortunately most inmates and ex-convicts do not benefit from the arrangement for aftercare services from the Social Welfare Department. So as a sector minister, what exactly have you done to ensure that these inmates benefit? Because it's not enough to simply say that most inmates do not. Why do they not benefit? And what exactly is the ministry doing to ensure that every inmate and every ex-convict benefits from this program?
Yes, Minister. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, social welfare is not within my remit. But I have told you in my answer that we impact through the boards that we establish, on which we invite social welfare officers to serve. So although we do not benefit from their arrangement, we are able to get their expertise on the boards that we establish. You are one person that I know has shown a lot of interest in President's matters, and I found your interventions useful. But I've told you here that the prison service itself is put in place some measures, which are, first of all, you know we now have tertiary education for some of our prisoners under University of Cape Coast. We have SHS programs and what have you. And also recently, I always want to mention the Pentecost Church at Nosi, because the Pentecost Church has come in handy to assist Ghana Prison Service with building of elaborate prison facilities, which has equipment and enables us to train the inmates in the manner that when they are leaving, they also are prepared to go into society and be able to be productive, and therefore the reintegration is not as difficult as it used to be. Of course, it comes with counseling and pastoral work, of course, Islamic and other come in. But why I appreciate the support of Pentecost Church is that it also gives us the facilities, carpentry, all the facilities. And I think that it's a matter that we are all committed to making sure that people come back and they are reintegrated. Thank you, Radford.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the answers also provided by the Minister said, let me use this opportunity to state that the Ghana Prison Authorities is doing its best to, quote, ensure inmates discharged behave well to facilitate whole integration into society. Do you have any mechanism of monitoring these ex-convicts to determine whether they are really behaving well in society? And if you do, would you kindly share with the Honourable House?
Yes, Honourable Minister. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, as I speak, we do not have a well-established monitoring system. But I believe you know that we are working towards this non-custodial centers. I believe you have attended the meeting in which we want to build in a system by which we'll be able to monitor the behavior of people. So yes, now we are able to train them to prepare them for it. But the monitoring could be better. And we are hoping that when we do move with this community service bill, it would enhance our capacity. for now, I would agree that we could do more. Thank you.
Honorable members, we now move to the next question. Question number 1338 stands in the name of the honorable member for Achim-Ada. Honorable Alexander Akwasi-Apua.
Most grateful, Right Honorable Speaker. So, Speaker, my constituency is Achim-Ada. Achim-Ada.
Sorry, what did I say?
I thought I heard Achim-Ada.
What?
Ada.
Ada. Oh, sorry.
That's what I heard, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, maybe I attempted saying Achimda.
Achimda, yes. You've done it rightly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Interior efforts being made to accommodate the Oda Divisional Police Command in the very appropriate premises, as the command has been operating in a rented apartment since it was created.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the police administration is yet to develop the 89.81 acre land allocated to the Oda Divisional Police Command in 1979 through an executive instrument. Resource constraints have been a major factor to the construction of both office accommodation and barracks for the Oda Divisional Command. Mr. Speaker, in spite of the setback, a group of citizens from Oda resident in the United States of America have proposed to construct the Divisional Police Headquarters on the allocated land for the Oda Divisional Police Command. The Police Command is working to engage the leadership of the association to discuss the way forward. Mr. Speaker, that is the state of affairs as far as the Oda Divisional Police is concerned.
Yes, Honorable Member, any supplementary?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Is the Minister aware that some portions of this land have been encroached and the continuous wait could further aggravate the situation?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Yes, you are in the area, and you say it's being encroached upon. I would have to draw the attention of the police. But of course, if we develop the land, that will be the best solution to it. I hope that you can work with us, especially that you have an association in the United States that would like to collaborate with you and see how we can do that quickly. But we would also want your input as to how we can deal with any encroachment. But I'll draw the attention of the police administration to what you have said, because you are there, and whatever you say, I take seriously. But we can work together to see all that. But the best way out is to construct the office. Thank you.
Yes, any more?
Mr. Speaker, as much as I want to work with the Minister and the good people of Achim-Ada in the USA to help construct this edifice, I wish the Minister could assure my constituents that for a land that has been allocated for the past 43 years, this project will find space in his budget anytime soon. Can the Minister assure my constituents?
I want to know what assurance. We have a committee on government assurance here. So what assurance are you looking for, specific?
Mr. Speaker, we've been waiting for the past 43 years since this land was allocated to the Ghana Police Service. And if the reasons we can give for not constructing this edifice is because there isn't funding, for the past 43 years, one would wish that at least in the next 2 or 3 years, we could have this budget being considered, this project being considered in the Interior Ministry's budgets?
So the assurance we want is that the land will be developed. Is that the assurance?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Because if it's talking about money, it's not in his hands. It's in the hands of this House. We approve the budget for all the government ministries and agencies. So, but the assurance he's looking for is whether the police service is committed to developing the land.
Mr. Speaker, rightly so. It's a commitment we are looking for. Because it looks as if from his answer, we are dependent so much on the people from the USA. And if their help is not coming, then we're going to continuously have the land being encroached. And so if the minister could give us a commitment that the police service will definitely have an eye on this project, I'm sure my constituents will be happy.
I didn't see where the commitment is. Now you have veered off again to issue of funds, not the real commitment on the land. For them, yes, they want the land, they want to develop it. The challenge is the funding.
Mr. Speaker, for the past 43 years, I think that it's merely some, out of sight that this project hasn't come up. The commitment may not be that strong enough, and that's why if it's really found space in the questions, then we would need that commitment that the police administration really want to keep that land for the divisional command.
Well, Minister, you may hazard an opinion on it. I may not see that as commitment or assurance, but he wants something to placate the concern of the people at home about the delay in the development of the land.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I can assure that the police and indeed the Ministry of Interior we want to build as many police stations as we can. And this House, on both sides, have been supporting our proposals to actually develop facilities. And I want to assure the Honourable Member that there is no lack of commitment on our side, but we're lamenting the lack of resources. Immediately we get resources, we would do it, and do it very fast. I thought that when we discuss in our collaboration, we probably will know how we can assist each other to see how we do it. But there is no lack of commitment on our part. Thank you, Mr.
Honourable Member, any further supplementary?
I'm satisfied, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We move on to question number 1558. Stands in the name of the Honourable Member for Suhum, Honourable Kojo Asante. Honourable Member, you may ask your question now.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am on my feet to ask the Minister for the Interior, what is the nationality breakdown of foreigners who have registered with the National Identification Authority so far? Thank you very much.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the National Identification Authority, NIA's mandate is to create, maintain, provide, and promote the use of the national identity cards, commonly known as Ghana Card, for the advancement of the country's economic, political, and social activities as stipulated in the National Identification Authority Act 2006, Act 707 is ongoing. The NIA is currently running 2 public-private partnership projects, namely the Foreigner Identification Management Project, FIMS, for the registration of foreigners in Ghana, which commenced in 2012, and the National Identification System, NIS project, which started in 2018 for the registration of Ghanaians from age 0 to infinity. Mr. Speaker, as at 20th October 2022, NIS registered a total number of 163,213 foreigners, made up of persons of various nationalities. The breakdown is attached. It's found at pages 12 to 17. Mr. Speaker, I want your guidance as to whether you want me to read through. So, and it's 203 foreign countries. Please, it's important to note that 1,958 Ghanaians who have become citizens of other countries and renounced their Ghanaian citizenship, such as in Germany and Netherlands, have also been registered as foreign nationals under those countries. Thank you, Right Honourable.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I look at the reports and I realize that the appendix that he attached, I realize that China, the total registration is 34,935. On a lighter note, Mr. Speaker, I want to know whether Aisha 1 indeed is registered. Thank you very much.
You want to know whether
Aisha 1 is duly registered. Thank you.
Aisha 1?
That's right.
Who is Aisha 1?
Mr. Speaker, like I said, it's on a lighter note.
Sorry?
I said it's on a lighter note.
You said it on a lighter note?
Yeah. Then I just want to know if Aisha 1 is indeed registered.
Oh, you're referring to the lady who is being tried in connection with illegal mining. Is that the one you are referring to?
Yes, please.
Aisha Huan. Huan. It's not one.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
You said on a lighter note, but I'll ask the minister to answer. Whether the lady being tried in connection with illegal mining is one of those who have been registered as a foreigner, specifically Aisha Huan.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the suspect on trial is on the register of foreigners. And I want to make the point that she was repatriated and she registered under a different name. So the collaboration between NI and the intelligence agencies was what was able to connect the two names and to get her where she is. So she's on the register.
Honourable Member, any further supplementary?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I have no more questions to ask. Thank you.
Honourable Members, question number. Yes, please. Is Honourable Richard Achampong?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Not Mr. Richard Achampong.
No, this one is honourable.
This one is honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, referring to the appendix provided by the Interior Minister, he did indicate that 163,213 people have been registered as foreigners, and China is topping the list of 34,935. But Mr. Speaker, strangely, number 12 is Ghana.
Syria 12.
And Ghana, we have 1,946 people registered as foreigners. So I just want to find out from the minister if you have another country called Ghana, or it's referring to this very Ghana that we live in. Thank you very much.
I have not admitted that question. Honorable members, we move to question number. Yes, please.
I'm very grateful, Mr. Speaker. I have a supplementary question. But before then, I want to kindly draw attention to item number 41 on the table, the spelling of Vietnam.
Honorable member, where are you?
Page 13. Page 13, item number 41. Viet has been separated from Nam.
We are not.
There is no such country.
We are not yet at correction of votes and proceedings.
I just
ask your question.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was just doing that for the records. Mr. Speaker, the supplementary question relates to interfacing. Is the National Identification Authority, by any chance, interfacing, sharing data with other agencies, so that in the, you refer to the case of the suspect, Aisha Juan, if information was being shared, for example, between Passport Office, the NIA, SNATE, DVLA, and others, we can avoid these impersonations and people wanting to beat the system with different identities, which will render the whole national identification exercise useless. So I want to find out, is there any interfacing between government institutions? Are they sharing data, or they are operating in silos, which really will render this whole identification process an exercise in futility?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, yes, we are working hard to make sure that state institutions are linked with this information to make us do better. For instance, if you talk about births and deaths, health, and all other immigration now, we are all working together to have that common source. And so it's important, because if we don't get that right, then it will be difficult for us. So for us in the security area, it's very, very important that we do that. And once we do that, it will make our work easier. So it's ongoing, but it's not yet complete.
Yes, Honorable Minister, may you, for my personal education, tell me the ages referred to as 0 to infinity. It's in the answer, age 0 to infinity. What are those ages?
Right Honorable Speaker, my understanding is from birth to an infinity. Well, we all want to live forever. We will live spiritually forever. But since we are going to die at different ages, and Right Honorable Speaker, Psalm 91, with long life will I satisfy. So the infinity is because we cannot cut off at a particular space. It varies from person to person. And
so
I'm
as
looking
you
forward to
said, the appropriate phrase is from birth to death. But when you say age 0, it means the person is not yet born.
Listen, Right Honorable Speaker, they are different interpretations. For you and I, who are lawyers, I'm on your side. But scientists dealing with data, sometimes you find on their graph 0. And I want to believe it's the beginning. Because 0 is a number.
0 is a number, yes.
It's a number.
But 0 actually means 0.
Number, yes.
And so when they give birth to you, yes, at least you are about a second old. You cannot be 0.
It's a term of art, Mr. Speaker. When it comes out, then there will be 0.1 hour, 0 point, and then it goes away. But it's meant to be from birth.
But 0.1 or 0.001 is not 0.
Well, but when start working, Mr. Speaker, is meant to be from birth to death.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, is the minister aware that the Birth and Death Registration Act takes into account fetal deaths?
Takes into account
fetal deaths. That's the 0. Is he aware?
Where is that act? I think you have to draw our attention to the act. I have not seen it.
Mr. Speaker, we did it here under your watch.
Under my watch?
Yes.
So yes,
my watch?
Yes, under your watch.
Maybe it's under your watch, not my watch. Yes, honorable members, I think we now have the last but 2 questions before we move on to the issue of the motion. And that is question number 1439. Question number 1439 stands in the name of the honorable member for Uyo, Honorable Kwajo, Honorable Oscar Lewal. Yes, honorable member, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for the Interior when the ministry will provide Uyo District with a police patrol van to improve patrols in the district. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government of Ghana is committed to the fight against crime in the country and has over the years resourced the police service with vehicles and other logistics to enable the service to perform its constitutionally mandated duties effectively. The service is currently in short supply of vehicles, and the Uyo district will be considered anytime vehicles are available. Meanwhile, the Northeast Regional Police Command has been tasked to ensure regular patrols in the district as a short-term measure.
Honorable member, any supplementary?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Uyo district is a bit distance from the regional capital, Nalerigu. Therefore, the regional patrols team cannot do effective work.
Honorable member,
respectfully, I want to appeal to the minister. Can you
read the answer well? He didn't say regional patrols. He said the Northeast Regional Police Command has been tasked to ensure regular patrols. It didn't say the regional people doing the patrols.
I'm saying because of the distance, their work may not be effective. So I'm appealing to the minister.
Why? Uyo is so distant from any other district. It's a matter of instructions.
Speaker, I'm saying the distance.
Between where?
Uyo and the regional capital, Nalerigu.
But that has nothing to do with issue of distance. The answer didn't talk about that.
So I'm appealing to the minister if something can be done as a temporary measure. For the crime rate, especially in the dry season, is always high.
It says that the distance between the regional capital and Uyo is so far, and that they cannot have the regional patrols being effective in the Uyo district. Yes, any temporary measure.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the police administration now has developed various strategies. Patrols, you would see, even some part of the north, we've got bikes for police to cover various areas. So Yoyo has been designated as one of the places to be covered by that patrol. It's not a regional patrol. We have highway, and then we have the locality. So I can assure you that you are covered. In any case, we are still moving. We are trying to cover as much of the country as possible. And we are establishing 4 police units to cover all regional and district police. So it's an ongoing process. And you might be shocked to get a vehicle earlier than you think. But for now, we are still waiting for vehicles. And I always want to repeat ad nauseum the support of Parliament. We've gone on several meetings, and Parliament has been behind us. And now we are covering more of the country than we have ever done. So please be patient.
Yes, Honourable Member, any further supplementary?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay.
Honourable Members, the last question, question number 1440, stands in the name of the Honourable Member for Sisala West, Honourable Adams Mohammed Suparu. Honourable Member, you may ask your question now.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for the Interior what steps the Ministry has taken to improve police presence in and around the Sisala West District to deter criminal activities and threats of terrorism. Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is the desire and responsibility of the government and the police service to provide security for all citizens in the country. The police service will continue to provide adequate security to the people of Ghana to enable them go about their daily activities without fear or intimidation. To this end, the government has resourced and continue to provide logistical support to enable the police to perform its core mandate effectively. Soon, some districts, including Sisala West, will receive additional logistics to enhance their operational and combat readiness, as well as the deployment of a formed police unit to deal with the security threat in the district. In addition, the police, in the bid to enhance policing across the board, will in the coming days post the newly passed out police constables to all regions to ensure police presence and effectiveness. It has always been said, and I believe rightly, that security is a shared responsibility. And much as we expect the security officials to do their work and flush out social miscreants in our communities, the officers depend on information from the public in order to arrest these criminals. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Member, any supplementary?
Yes, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, may I find out from the Honorable Minister whether the additional logistics that will be provided, he said in his answer that soon some districts, including Sisala West, will receive additional logistics to enhance their operation. I want to find out from the Minister whether that logistics includes vehicles, because as we speak, Sisala West do not have a moving vehicle for police to do their normal patrols. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to assure the Member of Parliament that it includes vehicle. Wherever we have home police unit, there will be a vehicle with a number of motorbikes feeding into the vehicle. So yes, there will be a vehicle. And I believe, all things being equal, we should be able to hit those districts before the end of the year.
Yes, any further supplementary?
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I again find out from the Honorable Minister, considering the population of Sisala West, according to 2021 population and housing census, Sisala West population is about 64,000, and the police strength currently stood at 46. Only 46 police personnel are in the district, and the police to civilian ratio is 1:1,390, and per my checks, the standard is supposed to be 1:500. It means that the deficit is about 82 police personnel. I want to find out from the minister whether the police personnel that will be deployed to the various districts, if the minister can assure the people of Sisala West that the 88 deficit that we are currently lacking, whether we'll get the number. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, certainly, Sisala West will have more police officers than they have now. Because when you talk of a foreign police unit, it has a number that it comes with. As a foreign police unit, independent of your police, district police office. So it will come. Like I told you, you normally have the vehicle with a number of motorbikes operating together as a foreign police unit. And as the answer has shown, we are going to post the newly passed out officers, and we are going to continue to send as many as we can. But a definite number, I will not be able to promise you. Who knows? Are you saying that if the number is beyond that, you protest? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, Minister, it's not your time to ask questions. Yes, any further? Thank you so much. Honorable members, the time for questions is over. We now move to item 7, which is statements. Today, we're not taking any statement, and I will seek your indulgence to suspend sitting for 10 minutes. But before I do that, let me thank the Minister for Interior for attending upon the House and responding to the questions of members. Minister, we are grateful. Honorable members, 10 minutes suspension of sitting. I'll be back within the 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
That time no and let the no noye. No set no na scan kasa. Na sat no here ni ana. Ano John say me pamucho moto abam. And ya to abam mo wi am be di president. O si la ja na pampuli. Just say yeah Jimmy phone here dey.
In many of these countries are up. Unfortunately, you have a situation where in our country, the government is so big, the government is so out of touch, the president would not reduce the size of his government. The president is renting private jets at a time of Ukraine-Russia war, at a time of COVID-19. So clearly, this is not a government that wants to spend within its means. You know, this is a government that is clearly out of touch with what ordinary Ghanaians are going through.
Now we are wide awake. We were sleeping. President taught us how to do this. He was a beneficiary of demonstration. So we are also ready. We will follow his footsteps and make sure the right thing is done.
We are fed up with the criminals. They've stolen enough. They've mismanaged the economy enough. We hate this nonsense. It's time for Nana Addo to step aside. Nana Addo must resign. Ken Ofori-Atta must go. Bawumia must go. Addison must go. All of them must go. We don't need them. They are criminals. We are fed up of criminals. They told us they have the men. They don't have the men. They only have criminals.
There is no special help coming from above. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no cavalry coming with the sunset or the roaring seas. We, the National Democratic Congress, the NDC, are that cavalry that will rescue this country. You and I are the only ones who can save this country one more time. And you, the delegates, are the ones upon whose shoulders rests the sole responsibility to rescue or to restore hope and give Ghanaians the much needed assurance of a better tomorrow. This is why I say to you that you are playing the role of God, and you must see your responsibilities both as democratic and spiritual, because the very survival of this country and this democracy rests on the outcome at our Congress in December. I take solace in the fact that given the chance, the delegates of the NDC always get it right. After all, it was you, the delegates, who gave us the rare fortune of being led by our founder, His Excellency Jerry John Rawlings, and His Excellency Professor John Evans Atta Mills, both of blessed memory, and His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, whose track record is a thing of greatness of beauty and beauty of greatness. To all of my colleagues contesting for various positions in the party, that we are even considered for a leadership position in a party like the NDC is a privilege and not an entitlement. This party has suffered enough, mostly from internally generated wounds. That is why from the beginning of this campaign, I instructed my team and made sure I ran a clean, decent, and respectful campaign. I have never, either in public or in private, launched an attack on any of my opponents. Not because they are saints, they are saints, they all have their faults. But I have too much to sell, so I don't need to go down that path. No NDC member is my enemy, because when it comes down to it, I prefer the worst form of the NDC than whatever else any party has to offer. So let's recognize our common enemy.
Then say somebody there inside. I don't get it. You don't come out. There's nobody. There's nobody inside. I'm zooming in, but I'm not seeing that like a human being or something. There's nobody there. Nobody.
We are saying that when the Speaker of Parliament assumes office as President as a result of the resignation of Akufo-Addo and Bawumia, he must take steps to cushion the Ghanaian. Times are hard, isn't it? Petrol prices have gone up, isn't it? Lorry fare has gone up, isn't it? So what are we experiencing now? Teachers are suffering. Demonstrators are suffering. Lawyers are suffering. Market women are suffering. Journalists are suffering. Police are suffering. Soldiers are suffering. And so on and so forth. So once we are all suffering, when the Speaker takes over, he must roll out plans, reduce some of the taxes, take and find other innovative means to make sure that the prices of basic commodities and petrol come down. Then number 3, the Speaker has to take steps to make sure that the cedi is strengthened, because right now, as we are all aware, the cedi is the worst currency in Africa. Yes, and also in the world. So people have said that even in Afghanistan, where the Taliban are in charge, their currency is doing better than the cedi. Why? Yeah? Okay, so we are also making the point that once we've gathered here as citizens and we've expressed our disgust at the obscene thievery, at the obscene corruption, at the obscene conflict of interest, it means that Akufo-Addo, Bawumia, and Ofori-Atta must resign. Nana must! Nana must!
Ensuring that he directly benefits from Ghana's economic woes as his companies receive commissions and other unethical contractual advantage, particularly from Ghana's debt overhang. His unconstitutional withdrawals from the Consolidated Fund in blatant contravention of Article 178 of the 1992 Constitution, supposedly for the construction of a presence cathedral. 3. Illegal payments of oil revenues into offshore accounts in flagrant violation of Article 176 of the 1992 Constitution. Deliberate and dishonest misreporting of economic data to Parliament. Fiscal recklessness leading to the crash of the Ghanaian cedi, which is currently the worst performing currency in the world. Alarming incompetence and frightening ineptitude, resulting in the collapse of the Ghanaian economy and an excruciating cost of living crisis. And gross mismanagement of the Ghanaian economy, which has occasioned untold and unprecedented hardships to the Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, let me start off by stating that this is the first time, probably under the Fourth Republic, for a vote of censure motion to be moved against a Minister of State, in accordance with Article 82 of the Constitution and Order 108 of the Standing Orders of Parliament. We, the minority members of Parliament, dutifully and faithfully complied with all the procedures and processes required by Article 82 and the Standing Orders of this House. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, even though this is the first time, the Oxford English Language Dictionary describes censure to mean express severe disapproval of something. We, on this side, and I believe my colleague opposites, if they will let their votes count, will share the same standing with us, that we disapprove of the performance of Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta, who has run the Ghanaian economy, and he must take full responsibility
for inflicting unparalleled and unprecedented hardships on Ghanaians, Ghanaian businesses, ordinary citizens. Mr. Speaker, I will share with you today that Ken Ofori-Atta in 2017, as was further reported by the President in his first State of the Nation address, reported that he inherited a national debt in their words colossal 120 billion Ghana cedis. Today, Mr. Speaker, the World Bank is projecting that Ghana's debt will stand at 522 billion by close of year 2022. Mr. Speaker, an additional 400 billion of borrowed money, as reported by the World Bank, will bring our debt to GDP to 105%. Mr. Speaker, we heard the President himself in a Sunday announcement to Ghanaians that he intends that by 2028, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo himself, he will work to improve Ghana's debt to GDP ratio to 55%. I shall ask Mr. Speaker, where will the President be in 2028? This is not his burden, and this will not be his responsibility. Mr. Speaker, the prices of goods, in Ghana for ordinary Ghanaian, a 50-kilo bag of pastry, which sold at 100 Ghana cedis in 2016, is selling at 560 Ghana cedis. A bag of imported rice, which sold at 150 cedi, is selling at 650 Ghana cedis. Cooking oil.
Just a minute. Hold your breath. Hold your breath. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, the lead applicant in this motion argues that he is moving the motion and leading evidence. Mr. Speaker, it must be emphasized that it is one thing moving the motion and another thing leading evidence. And therefore, it is my contention that at this stage where he has moved his motion, I hold a preliminary objection, which with your leave, I would want to put across before the evidence is led. Mr. Speaker, in leading evidence, is to mean that for the optics and for the politics of which he intends to achieve, he would have learned into believing that this supposed evidence which is held by him, which the respondent has not had the opportunity to peruse, will be carried. Mr. Speaker, therefore, it is my contention that please grant me leave to raise a preliminary objection in terms of the motion paper and the grounds of sale, so that, Mr. Speaker, if you make a determination in my favor, perhaps certain consequential orders could be made. Mr. Speaker, because I did say a week ago that the grounds of the motion are merely ex cathedra. They are not based on reason, fact, or in any law. What you have are ex cathedra matters. But if you now say you are leading evidence, the respondent, these are matters of law. These are matters of law. Please allow. No. I've sought Mr. Speaker's permission. Mr. Speaker has granted me leave. It is my right to speak. Yes, but he should seek Mr. Speaker's attention before. Mr. Speaker, the right of fair hearing is guaranteed in the Constitution. I am saying that I have a preliminary objection. With preliminary objection, I am bringing to the fore upon him moving his motion. However, if he proceeds after moving the motion to lead his evidence, it may be too late. Mr. Speaker, to arrest his motion on the procedural grounds upon which my preliminary objection are grounded. Therefore, grant me leave to proceed with my preliminary objection at this point, because he's going into evidence. He's going into evidence. And he says so in his motion. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, please kindly allow him to move the motion. I will give you the opportunity to put across your preliminary objection. So allow him to move the motion.
Mr. Speaker, I was establishing that the Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta has mismanaged the Ghanaian economy and therefore incompetent and not fit for purpose to continue to hold himself as Minister responsible for finance. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I'm inviting my colleagues opposite the aisle to join us. Let your vote count. In bidding him farewell and goodbye to save this economy, to save businesses, to save savings and investment. Mr. Speaker, I was on a crate of egg. A crate of egg which sold for 12 cedis is now 40 cedis. A bag of pure water which sold for 1.5 Ghana cedis is now 10 cedis. Cement which sold for 18 Ghana cedis is now 95 Ghana cedis. Soya beans which sold for 150 Ghana cedis is now 500 Ghana cedis. A bucket of onions, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minority Leader, honorable members, this is a very serious motion.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I'll table this for table to take note.
I want us to take this matter seriously. The whole world is watching us. We'll definitely do what is right. And therefore, you all be given the opportunity to have a say. Let's do that with all seriousness. No drama, no theatrics. Please, just listen to each other. Ghanaians are also listening. And so I take this matter seriously because we've gone through a similar situation before in 1999. At that time, it was the late Honorable Justice D.F. Annan who was presiding. So I know what happened during that period because I was here. There are a lot of issues that we have to consider when you are moving such a motion. And he did grant opportunity, a lot of opportunity for members to contribute, to even guide him as to what is the right path to do. And he did that. I'm guided by that because that one was a motion calling on the House to simply tell the minister to resign. But this one is more serious. This one is constitutional, more imperative than just a motion trying to address a matter of public concern. This one is a motion for very serious and directed to the president. And there's a process you go through. The earlier one, no, it's just any ordinary motion. But they went through it, and I'm guided by all that. So please, let's give each other a chance. Let's listen. The freedom of speech cannot be curtailed here, but no indecent language. This is a serious matter. You know the state in which we are. And so we can no longer fail to show leadership in this country. Please, you may continue.
Speaker, I will tender the prices of goods December 2016 to November 2022, ending with the price of fertilizer, which increased from 75 Ghana cedis to 500 from 2016. So I attended. But Mr. Speaker, as you have, I take a clue from you, and I'm urging my colleagues opposite that we've been there before, as you've just stated. And Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I'm invoking Article 82 of the 1992 Constitution. This motion is based on Article 82, which provides, and Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I quote, Parliament may, by a resolution supported by the votes of not less than 2/3 of all the members of Parliament, pass a vote of censure on a Minister of State. 2. A motion for the resolution referred to in Clause 1 of this article shall not be moved in Parliament unless, Mr. Speaker, 2A, 7 days notice has been given of the motion. That, Mr. Speaker, you have helped us to comply with. B, the notice for the motion has been signed by not less than 1/3 of all the members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, will comply with that. And Mr. Speaker, 3, it shall be debated in Parliament within 14 days after the receipt by the Speaker of the notice for the motion. Mr. Speaker, we've been counting, and we think that today we are moving the motion. Mr. Speaker, 82(4) provides that a Minister of State, in respect of whom a vote of censure is debated, under Clause 3 of this article, is entitled during the debate. Mr. Speaker, the emphasis is mine. During the debate, to be heard in defense. Mr. Speaker, a vote of censure is therefore a formal statement of disapproval or condemnation in the form of a resolution that is adopted by a majority vote and in the context of Article 82 of the Constitution, 2/3 of all MPs voting by a secret ballot. Mr. Speaker, I concede that my gallant men and women here are not up to the 2/3 onerous threshold. That is why my colleagues opposite must let their vote count to save this country and for us to goodbye and exit the Honorable Minister for Finance from doing any further harm to the Ghanaian economy. Mr. Speaker, apart from that, inflation. He inherited inflation of 15.4%. Today it's 40.4%. Mr. Speaker, the exchange rate of the cedi, they inherited $1 at 4 Ghana cedis and indicated to all of us that they have the key to arrest the depreciation of the cedi. Today, the cedi is falling and suffering from an epileptic fall. They've lost control of the depreciation. $1 is to 15 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, and when you come to unemployment, probably it has increased from 5.53% to 13.9%. Mr. Speaker, so what has he to show? We are told that he did well, and that we are told that we should blame COVID. And did you borrow to support Ukraine? Did you borrow to support Ukraine? Did you borrow to support Ukraine? And you want us to accept that your reckless and irresponsible borrowing, which has led us to where we are. We are in a ditch. Mr. Speaker, the Ghanaian economy is in a ditch. Accept it or not, you may have to restructure debt in order to sustain this economy in the next 2-3 years. I heard the President, Mr. Speaker, speak to the nation and say that there will be no haircut. There will be, and there will be a barber of a sort. That barber will be Scampi Dede Barber. It will happen. And it will happen to investment, it will happen to savings, it will happen to bonds that have been issued. Even independent power producers are likely to suffer a restructuring of the debt because how much you owe is colossal. Mr. Speaker, his incompetence manifestly even in this house when he came and said that we should approve for him a Sino-Hydro loan of 600 million US dollars to undertake a number of projects. And Mr. Speaker, he misled this house when he said butter, tomatoes in exchange for pepper. Where is your pepper in exchange of the tomatoes you borrowed? Reality have dawned on them, and therefore Sino-Hydro is due for payment, and you must pay. You are not going to be able to pay with the bauxite which is unprocessed, which is still underground, that you don't know the road or the railway leading to the Sino-Hydro, the bauxite site. Mr. Speaker, it is the Honorable Minister of Finance who came here and said that we should do that for him. Initially, he even wanted $2 billion in butter. So butter, my simple economics is exchange of goods for goods. Where is your goods? In exchange for the $646 million US you got from the Chinese. A mark of the incompetence. Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Ghana institution, independent institution, they are required. Part of the external credit facility agreement they inherited from the IMF was to allow for some 10% Bank of Ghana financing in times of emergency. But we work towards 0% financing from the Bank of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the figures available to me, I see that probably even for 2022, the Bank of Ghana probably would have spent some 17.5 billion, about 24%, which exceeds the 10% threshold. That's breach of law. And probably for 2021, about 19% breach of law. But what is even more important, what kind of reserve did you inherit? And what is the state of our reserve? Are we able tomorrow to guarantee that economic and essential social and economic services can be provided for the Ghanaian? Today, Mr. Speaker, I use just petroleum prices. When they were in opposition, they were good at it. They were carrying jerrycans and saying that when they come, we will reduce the prices of petroleum products. Have you reduced it? Have you reduced it? Have you reduced it? And said it was some nuisance tax. Mr. Speaker, they benefited from President Mohamed's ESLA, which has raked in some 6.9 billion. Yet again, smart economics, and that's what is failing them. They have collateralized John Dramani Mohamed's ESLA for the next 10 years. So 2020, from today up to 2035, ESLA will be used to be servicing debt. That's what you've done. Yet you said it was a nuisance tax. It's been helpful. At least it's giving you a collateral and a guarantee. Mr. Speaker, so we are on this side. We do not see plausible plans for redemption. When we hear the president speaks that by 2020, the GDP will be 55%, we do not know where he will be. We do not know what responsibility will be, the weight of responsibility that will be on him to lead us as a country. Mr. Speaker, we are told the president promised God a national cathedral. No problem with it. Ghana is one of the respected societies in the world when it comes to religious tolerance and religious coexistence. Muslims and Christians alike, we respect each other. But when you promise God, honor it, and honor it by respecting process. If you approve 199 million for the construction of a cathedral without parliamentary approval, is that honor to God? Because you haven't followed proper procedure. God wants you to spend in honor, and the church in honor. You don't want a day for somebody to picket around the cathedral and say that public funds was used and justifiable for it. That itself will not help. Mr. Speaker, we refuse to be lured by the false hopes they are creating. They don't provide any indemnity for investors against political and regulatory risk. We've seen the president rehash some of his own words, that property rate will be introduced. You came here in a budget statement of 2022. You said in January, property rate. So, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister for Finance should know that when he comes to read the budget statement, we take it seriously. Things that you haven't been able to do in 6 years, you want us to trust and believe you that you do it in 2 years. We simply don't trust you, and we simply don't believe you, and we simply want you out. So that, where are the men, Mr. Speaker? Where are the men? You said you had men. Mr. Speaker, where are Mr. Speaker, where are the men? Particularly when I hear the deputy leader who wants to reduce this August House to a court of law. This is not court of Ghana. And in the Parliament of Ghana, the Minister of State will be given, and I trust the judgment of Mr. Speaker, to fully defend himself. If he's not able to be here, he has to explain, because 82 provides that adequate notice is given. That has been done to him. And he's a Minister of State, Minister of this Republic, answerable and accountable to this Parliament, and he ought to answer to us as a Parliament. Mr. Speaker, now President, and as you held them, today, Mr. Speaker, let your vote count. You were the same people in 1999 who arising out of the Gulf War, when the economy of Ghana got bad, then led by Dr. Konedo Afraku. Mr. Speaker, this is why you were helping them. I have the Hansard for purpose of record. So when I see you want to dance differently to the same tune, then it means that you don't know how to dance. Your tune and dance to the same tune must be the same. Mr. Speaker, I quote, 10th November 1999, Dr. K.K. Aprako, member for Offensive North, said, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House, recognizing the serious economic crisis, Speaker, so I borrow his words and I borrow from Nana Adudankwa Akufo-Addo. We have a major economic crisis. The President accepts it, the Minister accepts it. Mr. Speaker, I'm reading full. That has resulted from the incompetence and mismanagement of the Ghanaian economy by the Minister of Finance, hereby calls on the Minister of Finance to resign. Unquote. We are doing about the same. Except that, Mr. Speaker, we have gone further to give it the weight of the Constitution. Due process, we are invoking Article 82. We know we do not have the numbers, Mr. Speaker. We will rely on you, and we want to rely on the majority, including the leader of government business. That, Mr. Speaker, on this day, Mr. Speaker, you have consulted your constituents. This Parliament has a duty to reflect the aspirations and needs of the Ghanaian people. And the Ghanaian people are reeling under exacerbated hardship and want this Parliament united by consensus to stand with the people of Ghana in bidding farewell and goodbye to the Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta. So, Mr. Speaker, when I say where are the men, you have the men. Now you are telling us that he wants to come by a lawyer. Lawyer, when the Honorable Chairman is here, the Honorable Afenyo Markin is here, the Honorable Katie is here, the Honorable Atache, you are here, and the Minister of Finance will be contemplating some lawyer from somewhere. The center cannot hold, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the center simply cannot hold. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the state of the economy, and Mr. Speaker, I quote, this is what the President himself said, and Mr. Speaker, that must invite my colleagues opposite, that this is not a matter personal to Ken Ofori-Atta. Mr. Speaker, persons who borrow money for purposes of their business, $3 million probably in 2019-2020, are made to cough 28-30 million Ghana cedis. Businesses are collapsing. And Mr. Speaker, the President had this to say on 30th October 2022. This was the President's admission, and he must take full responsibility. He said, and I quote, "The world has been taken aback by the speed with which inflation has eaten away people's income." My own words. So real income has suffered in Ghana for both public and civil servants. Your income can no longer buy the basket of goods and services that a month ago you could afford to buy. It means that you buy less, and children will smile at you when you go home without giving them sufficiently what they need. Mr. Speaker, but I'm quoting the President. Economies big and small have experienced over this year alone the highest rise in cost of living over a generation. Mr. Speaker, this is my emphasis. The highest rise in government borrowing in over 50 years. By who? Ken Ofori-Atta. After saying that 120 billion was colossal, he is on record to have borrowed, in the words of the President, more than any other person in the last 50 years. Then he says the highest rise in inflation years, the steepest depreciation in the currency to the US dollars over the last 30 years. Mr. Speaker, I've always shared this joke. Vice Dr. Chan Economic Management Team. He thought that arresting no export. He is to the president may reduce. The first big interest rate for over 20 unemployment in peace time. Rating agencies going towards A. Today, yours have tolerated more. Maintain Ghana's view. Ghana to cease inflation is 40.4%. And Mr. Speaker, is in his way. Minister for
in the 2022 budget, government projected that it will receive a total amount of about 6 billion for the whole of 2022. That is what was projected in the budget. Today, as we speak, from the PIAC report, in less than 3 months, and I mean just 1 quarter, government has received over 8 billion cedis from our petroleum resources. So in 3 months, government has received more than it projected for the whole year. So government is making supernormal profit. In fact, even the price stabilization and recovery levy which is supposed to subsidize fuel, government projected that in the first 2 quarters, it will receive 269 million. As we speak, from the Ministry of Finance's own record, government has received about 800 million. And so this notion that government is not making revenue is a fallacy. It's a complete falsehood. Government is making so much money from our petroleum resources. I therefore call on President Akufo-Addo and the outgoing Minister of Finance that they should do something about this price increment. They should sit up and think outside the box and apply these huge supernormal profits to cushion the ordinary Ghanaian. Ladies and gentlemen, I feel very sad as a member of parliament when on a daily basis I receive calls from my members in the constituency who cannot even afford 1 square meal a day. People cannot even send their kids to school because of the exorbitant fuel prices, which is having a cascading effect on food prices and the general cost of living. We hold a view that government can do something about the fuel price increment. Government must sit up, government must do something, and government must cushion the ordinary Ghanaian. It is indeed sad. Wallahi, wallahi. The people of Ghana are suffering. And something must be done. President Akufo-Addo, this is not what you promised the people of Ghana. This is not what we were told.
Extremely important. The suffering, the uncertainty, the anger is unbelievable. And we are saying that it is rather in the best interest of government for us to protest. Because there's so much anger. If people hold it, it would create an explosive charge. The Arab Spring, people were angry but they couldn't talk because they were gagged. So the fact that we are talking is a giant step in the right direction to ease the tension.
Ease the tension? Is there an impending coup?
No, absolutely. We don't pray that happens because it will send us the case back.
But don't you think Ghanaians are angry and the military are angry, they would want to take over power?
There's no denying that fact, and it was no accident when the president spoke about the military protecting the constitution and the former president also spoke about it. We are in very dangerous times. That is why we need to demonstrate to get politicians to understand who might have perhaps lost touch with reality, to understand that we are not in normal times and they need to act. And our demand is simple. The president and the vice must go.
I direct that. Majority leader has given of a preliminary objection. I want to hear that preliminary objection before we can proceed.
Mr. Speaker, respect.
Minority Chief.
Draw your attention. Otherwise provided in these orders. Every motion that's made at the second reading or consideration stage the moving of the motion
Seconded.
We haven't reached the stage of debate. Definitely, if it is to be debated, it has to be seconded. It has to be seconded. Yeah. On his feet. Is there
arise to your Parliament. I have looked through all the standing orders. There is no such expression as moving the motion. There's no right of audience.
Honorable Dominic Ayine. The hand
All right, okay, this is the Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV. We're heading out there to Osu Nyaneba Estates. We're going to meet somebody who can give us Bobby Taddy and Akpalen or something like that. Okay, I'll tell you all about it. Cheers. Here at Farmhouse Productions. Hey, and guess who we have here? The CEO himself. Ivan Kwashiga. It's so good to see you, man. And of course, hey, you are all welcome to Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV. We're here to talk to a legend, Ivan. Very soon, you get to know a lot more about him. Okay, come with us.
Yeah. Wow. So, are you coming downstairs to see?
Oh, yeah, of course. Well, welcome to Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV. Over here, we just talk to business gurus. I'm talking about CEOs of established businesses. And obviously, we make sure we find out the trends in business and how they've been able to establish their business to the places where they have gotten to right now. What we can learn from them. The youth are trying to pick up, trying to get to know them. Obviously, this is the place to learn a little about business. And today, guess what? We've gone all the way to Kita. I'm not talking about Kita, where it's in the Volta region. We are actually here in Accra. This is Farmhouse. But this man actually was born in Kita. And indeed, we're going to learn a little about Bobby Taddy and all that. Just kidding. We're going to learn a little about what he does. He is a guru in filmmaking, actually a legend. And also he does quite some other things in terms of business marketing, events, and what have you. We're going to learn a lot more about him and about what he's doing and how we can learn. Welcome to Business Moments.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ivan Kwakuvi Kwashiga.
Yes.
All right, that's his name.
Yeah.
Well, I have mentioned your name right now, but let me just pull your legs a bit. I hear that you like Bobby Taddy a lot. Is that true?
Yeah, I love everything.
And it originated from Kita.
Of course. Yeah.
All right. Has it got anything to do with your business and how successful you've been?
Having been brought up from Kita.
Yes.
Of course. Yeah, I came from a quite an interesting background where, I think I must have said it 1,000 times. I was born close to a cinema house, and I lived in a home where my uncles and aunties were more of entertainers. And at the time we were growing up, you know, there's no spinning groups like sound systems and things that would play at funerals and other celebrations. My aunties and uncles were the band, like they sing. And so they would sing in parts and things like that. And then they would enact plays and things, and we saw most of those things. And then the other significant thing I did was when we were growing up, we used to go and take the cinema board around town. There was a cinema house across the road called Premier Cinema. And then next to me was, to our house was Croydon, but Croydon wasn't working, but Premier was working. So any time they brought film to Kita, we would go around with a cinema, the board, to promote it, ringing a bell to promote it.
So you mean the filming has been in your genes?
Of course. I mean,
so it's something that
I
you
look back and I say that it's like some divine hand was, pulling me through all this.
Wow. We're going to talk about something that has come out of our genes that we want to grow with. I always talk about talents and continuing in that skill to be successful. But we'll talk about that. But tell us a little bit about you and business.
Well, personally, I'm Ivan Kwashiga.
Yes.
I make films. I went to NAFTI. I did film directing in NAFTI, and then having finished NAFTI, I worked at the National Service Headquarters, their photo unit, and then I worked at Lintas for about 13 years. And having done that, I felt the need to step out and try myself what I could do. So I set up Farmhouse Productions. I am married with 3 kids. None of them is in secondary school now, so I'm sure you know. So they are all graduating from their universities.
Very well. So you obviously I know about you doing the NAFTI, and a lot more people also know. This man did one of the most beautiful productions while he was in school, and obviously you also taught some students in NAFTI as well. So in all of your graduation into who you are right now as a CEO, that's all you've been doing. You are very from primary school and everything. Let's forget about that. But when you got into tertiary, you started filming.
I went to NAFTI basically at the time that most people didn't know about NAFTI. And so most of my friends or my mates that were going to Legon and GIJ and other tertiary institutions thought that I was crazy because what are you going to be doing going to a film school? And most of them thought that we were going to be acting. the fact people did not know that films are made by people who are behind the camera.
Exactly.
And so people didn't really take it that seriously. So it was purely out of the passion I had for the performing arts and also for filmmaking. I was fortunate to have met Mr. Atuyani, who wrote Genesis Chapter X and also made His Majesty's Sergeant. So he took me on set. That's where I actually developed. I realized that this is what I was supposed to be doing. And then also took me to NAFTI when they were editing the film that we shot. And then I thought that, no, this is where I was supposed to be. So I went to NAFTI. And so in the school, you know, I asked a lot of questions. So I got to know what I could do. So I knew from first year what I was supposed to be doing in second year, and then what I was supposed to be doing in third year. And I also realized that by the time you come out of school, you must have a calling card. Calling card means that you must make an impact as you're coming out of the school for you to be recognized. Do you understand? So I decided to do a documentary film in my second year, knowing very well that if I do a documentary film very well, I could stand a chance of winning a documentary film prize in my final year.
Great.
And then I also knew I had to do a feature film in the second year, and that too in the third year, and that too I did. And so somehow I was able to do both documentaries and drama.
Very well.
And also for writing the scripts, I also picked up prizes for writing scripts during the documentary.
So you were versatile.
So that made me very versatile.
Yeah.
But when we came out of film school, practically there were very few places to work at. Ghana Films, GBC, then the private one was Videomart. But fortunately, some of the ad agencies were taking graduates of NAFTI to be trained as copywriters. So that is where I decided to go into the advertising industry. So I worked at, I joined Lintas. Lintas at that time was the biggest advertising agency. And they were the people that trained many of the people in the advertising industry in Ghana.
That's true.
The biggest and the oldest, actually. And so my days of ringing a bell, promoting cinema came in when I ended up in the advertising industry, and I was writing copy. So I wrote a lot of the most well-known campaigns.
I remember some of the adverts I did.
Guinness. How you did?
I did Unilever.
Pepsodent. Is it Pepsodent?
No, Kiso.
Kiso.
Yes,
okay, yes, Kiso. You were the lab.
Yes, I was the lab technician.
You were the lab technician. So we wrote most of those commercials. Kiso, Royco, Guinness, Malta Guinness, GSMF Protector, Panta, Secure. We wrote most of those.
So indeed, even at Lintas, you wrote for all these businesses, these giants in businesses, and therefore understood their philosophy and was able to write or be creative on things like that. Was that paying you a lot of money?
Well, I mean, comparatively, you would say that, I mean, you are comfortable because you're doing what you love and you are being paid for it. And so it was great for me. I mean,
it was more of a startup too, also after school.
And a huge learning period for me. Because I saw a lot of things happen. And I was very, very fortunate because at the time I started, there wasn't private media. So we did not have the Joy FMs and all the other FM stations. We had, what do they call it? Basically GBC to deal with. And then, so a lot of the things that we did, for instance, if you're talking about Things We Do for Love, how it came about, we had done a radio talk show with young teenagers on adolescent reproductive health. That was supposed to be airing on GBC FM. But it was rejected because they had children, young people talking about their sex and things like that.
Okay.
And they felt that it was a bit too raw, so they took it off. They said they didn't want it.
Okay.
And then, fortunately for us, Joy FM came up. Joy FM started work, and then they wanted to have it. So then we started running Speakeasy, and then we added a drama to it.
Yeah.
The drama was The Things We Do for Love,
Yeah.
which ended up being produced onto TV.
Okay.
So a lot of the things that we did whilst working at Lintas are things that, you know, it was like we're just breaking boundaries.
Okay.
Anything you think about you want to do, was possible.
So what I hear you say, and of course for the youth out there who are listening, when you are out of school and you're starting up, first of all, ensure that what you're doing you love.
Yes.
Do not focus on money, and then obviously it is an experience for you. These three things are things that you have just mentioned. Is that correct? Is there anything else that you think that we should learn when people are growing up in business?
I think that you said it. You mentioned talent.
Yes, exactly.
That is very, very important. I believe that everybody is born with a particular gift from God. And it is that thing that when you see, you are excited. It's that thing that when you are doing, you don't feel like you are actually working or you're doing anything. And when it is important that each young person needs to identify that gift quickly within them. People like Michelangelo, people like Bill Gates, all these guys started way when they were very, very young.
Very young.
Tiger Woods started when he was like 6 months, 2 years, he was already playing.
That's true.
So it gives you enough time to train when you discover your talent very early. And by the time you're getting into really to do your work, you would have gained a lot of experience so that you are able to go through. So you're discovering your gift, as in your talent, is very, very important.
Okay.
And then you must hone it. Okay. And then if it's possible, you must hone it by understanding somebody who is already practicing from in that particular field. It gives you the opportunity to make your mistakes on the budget of someone else.
Okay.
Because your boss would be able to accommodate your mistakes and help you to correct them.
So you are a legend, and obviously people have would say that you have come this far because you focused on one thing and kept doing the same things. Now, other people may think that, okay, I do not really know what I want to do, so let me try other things. You know, the haphazard way of doing things. I try one thing, it doesn't work. Let me try other things, it doesn't work. Until I find what is right for me. What do you have to say about that? Is it the right thing to do to get to a business level that is appreciable?
Well, whilst I was saying that it is good to find your gift early, it is not cast in stone. That people like KFC, what's his name, Colonel Sanders? Or,
Kentucky.
Kentucky Fried Chicken. Fried Chicken. Actually discovered this gift around 60 something.
Yeah, 60, yes.
So there are exceptions, do you understand? The main thing is for you to find something that you love doing. And when you're doing it, you know that you are not actually working. That's what they say. So for
it comes easy.
It comes easy to you. And the main thing, if you find what you love doing, when you wake up, you are eager to go do it, rather than being forced to go do whatever you want to. So for me, you have to just, if you are passionate about something, nobody tells you what to do.
Great. So I hear you say that time is not really a factor. Take it easy. You will get there. And then also make sure that whatever you are doing, to be able to be successful, you must love it. All right. Great. Let's come to Farmhouse Productions. You're the CEO of Farmhouse Productions.
Yes.
How has it been for you? And first of all, tell us all the dimensions of Farmhouse Productions, because I know that there are different areas of it.
Right. So Farmhouse Productions, somebody will ask me, why Farmhouse, the name Farmhouse? We cultivate ideas. I decided to select the name Farmhouse because of my experience of working with some production houses from South Africa, East Africa, and those places where you have quite strange names like Barefoot Productions, you know, Gargantuan Films and those kind of.
I have one blue banana.
Yes.
You know.
So you find a name that can start conversations. That is the trick. Because when they see the name, they want to know what is behind it. And then when you explain it and it's creative enough and interesting enough, they tend to think that, okay, you must be good at what you do. So Farmhouse Productions, I selected because it deals with cultivation. And so I said, we cultivate creative ideas, okay? I started Farmhouse 2006 when I left immediately after leaving Lintas, Ghana. And the main idea for is a production house where we produce corporate films, and then also my love for drama series and as well as to go into feature film productions has been the reason why I decided to leave and also to start Farmhouse. But having worked for so long in the advertising industry, I kept being pulled back to shoot commercials and also to help create campaigns and things for clients. So we have a corporate communication section where you have we work like a hybrid advertising agency.
Right.
We are also a full service agency that is part of the Advertising Association of Ghana.
Oh,
so we are paid up members of the Advertising Association of Ghana. But then we are also a production house. So when we are able to respond to briefs from clients, develop concepts and build campaigns for clients. That cuts across TV, radio, and all the other media. And then we are also into producing content like TV commercials, documentaries, and also TV series and stuff like that. So we are more or less like a one-stop shop. Where we deal with radio, audio productions as well as video productions. So basically, that is what Farmhouse has been set up. And so you come in, you have your account managers who are dealing with your with the clients one-on-one, and then we have the technical staff, and then we have post-production facilities.
Well. Great. That's very beautiful. And indeed, looking at it, you have been quite great with it, because I think that you are the go-to person when it comes to commercials. And then obviously your other productions have been very good. You won awards with things we do for love and YOLO. Right? We're going to get to know him a lot more with his production and how successful he has been. Let's just take a break here on Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV. Well, we're still talking to the legend here on Business Moments, and obviously this is a place where you learn a little more that you don't know about. Okay, I'm sure that you have learned so far a lot from Ivan, and we're going to ask him a few more questions about how successful he has been and what you can take out of that. All right. Well, Ivan, you've been telling us a lot about what we should do with business when we start, why we should start up slow and enjoy what we are doing, and also not look at time, but also focus on our talents and build on that skill. So that's very nice. You've been telling us also about Farmhouse Productions and why we should be creative with choosing of names so that it will attract attention. And we believe that that is really coming from your advertising. You've also told us about the hybrid of Farmhouse Productions and what you do that everybody or a business, a corporate institution can get everything from you, right? Very good. So now, can we get to know exactly what has brought you this far? First of all, I want to ask you, are you rich?
Relatively, I'm comfortable.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, but isn't that the most important thing?
Yes, you have to be happy with yourself. What
exactly.
You do, if you are able to, you see, Farmhouse, I started it from my bedroom, right? At the time, I felt that I needed some more challenge because I was doing about the same things over and over again. I was quite getting tired of it. So I felt like, and I started from a bedroom while still working. So if anybody would learn anything from this thing, your side hustle can become your main hustle.
Indeed.
Right?
Indeed.
Okay, so we get that out of the way. Am I comfortable? Yes, I am. I'm happy with what I'm doing.
Okay.
And what has brought us this far, delivery. When I tell a client that your work will be ready tomorrow at 8, it's ready at 8 or even earlier.
Okay.
So it means that I'm able to give all my best to make sure that I deliver. So delivery is very, very key to our success.
Very well.
And then also, the world is governed by very simple rules. One of the most important rules is about giving. Where you give a client service that the client feels that you have given more than he has paid you. When you continue doing that, the client will become your promoter.
Yes, there'll be repeat purchase
all the
in
time
business.
because they know that you have gone above and beyond the call of duty to this thing. So giving is very important. It's not only giving in church, but giving in every aspect of your life. And making sure that people feel you respect them, you appreciate them, and you would see the results.
When we're growing up, people could do businesses and sometimes they don't pay you, so we say it's nyami work.
Yes.
Is that part of the giving?
Well, when I started from NAFTI till date, there have been people that I've worked for that have not paid me, but I gave all my best.
Great.
And at this moment, I can say that those that did not pay, I am still being paid for those jobs because I came out of those with a lot of experience. Do you understand? I would have been cheated of something, but I've gained experience by practicing. And I always say that the young people who come out of school these days, and when they ask you to do something, and you're like, okay, how much are you going to pay me? Meanwhile, they know next to nothing about what they are being asked to do. So you are rather coming to learn from me, and then you are. So for me, I'd like to encourage young people. Sometimes when we went out those days, it was only for the lunch that was given to us whilst we were working, that we even had in mind that, okay, if I sit at home, I'm not going to eat anything today. Let me go and do this work. Maybe we will have lunch to eat. That's it. But the experience that we gained being exposed to these experienced filmmakers working is still paying me till today because I saw things that were done by these experienced people that you need to pay to learn. But we learned it for free because we availed ourselves.
Very well, very well.
So that is it. And so delivery is very, very important. Going beyond the call of duty, making sure that your client is satisfied and feels that he has gotten the best for less. Okay, and also making sure that you are truthful. And the next thing is you must be humble to learn all the time.
Humble to learn.
Because our industry, things are happening every day. New equipment, new ways of doing things, new softwares, all kinds of things are happening every single day. And so you must not see yourself that you've completed school, so that's the end of your studies. But it's the beginning of your life studies. So you must be learning every day and reading. So one of the things I tell people is that you must look into the mirror to conduct your own SWOT analysis, get to know what your strengths are, your weaknesses, opportunities that are available, and the threats. And always be assessing yourself and know and have a goal that by this time I must be here, by that time I must be there. When we started Farmhouse Productions, I said we started from a bedroom. Then my bedroom. So the table, the equipment was next to my bed. Then later on, I moved it into another bedroom. It became like we now had 2 editing machines.
Great.
At a point, I even had employees, 2 people working, whilst I was still working at Lintas. When I came to Farmhouse here, we were in a very small cubicle downstairs. But bit by bit, we were building and building till we got into where we are. So start small is the key. They say it all the time, but most people don't really understand what it means by starting small. Starting small also means take pride in whatever little you have. It is only when you are grateful and thankful for the little that you have that God will bless you with a lot more.
Beautiful.
So I don't look down on small beginners at all.
Very well.
And that's why you would find me in the company of very young people, always trying to, because I learn from them too as well. So this is the secret to our
So business enthusiasts, awesome time with the legend, Mr. Ivan Kwashiga. Indeed, I call him Kwakuvi. I like that because I know that when I say it, I'll get some Bobby Taddy, you know, and Akplan or something like that. I mean, I love it. But it's been great, resplendence. We have learned quite a lot. We'll be right back when we talk to him a little more and he will deliberate on the economic and political and how successful you can be at the end and what makes you different. We will get to know him more. Okay, welcome back. My name is Blankson, Echo Blankson, and you are on Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV, and we are with the legend, Ivan Kwakuvi Kwashiga. I like that. I like the Kwakuvi part. I mean, we've been learning a lot from him, and I believe that this is indeed the school that we should be attending. It's a business school that we should be attending, and I think that's great so far. I'd like us to go into our economic positions right now in relation to business. We know about the inflation, we know about the issues that are happening in the world right now, and of course, of which Ghana is not left out. How has that affected your business, either positively or negatively? I mean, we know about COVID as well. I'd like you to speak to all of those. Yes.
Well, I mean, sometime towards the end of 2019 when COVID started, and then in 2020 March thereabout when we had a lockdown. You know, Farmhouse, because we do a lot of corporate productions or corporate communication work, by the beginning of the year towards the end of the first quarter, we tend to know exactly what we are doing for the rest of the year. We tend to know because we would have sent in our bids, like pitch for jobs and things. And so you would have a lot of contracts and then you start rolling them out at the end of the year. When COVID came, and we heard about COVID, immediately most of our corporate clients started, you know, either postpone or cancel, postpone, cancel. So it was becoming quite bleak for us because that was our livelihood, and most of those things were being cut because most of the things that we did had to do with people that it ends up in things that you had large crowds of people and all that. And so, and most of the clients were cutting back because they were quite uncertain about how long it was going to take for the situation to go down and all that. So we quickly realized that we were going to be in a very bad situation if we do not think outside the box. And so thinking outside the box is one of the things that if you want to be successful as a business person, you must do. You may end up, you may start by saying you want to sell computer software, whatever it is. But when things happen, you may end up selling charcoal. And you should be proud about that.
Yes, exactly. It shouldn't embarrass you at all.
At all. Yeah. So we said, we had a meeting in here in the office with all the staff, because at the time we started hearing of companies laying off their staff, and we said no, nobody was going to go home.
So you made that as a point,
yeah.
More like our objective is to make sure that we keep our people.
We keep together,
okay.
And nobody was going to have a cut in there. This thing that would be if things go really well, bad, then we may consider that. But we assured everybody, and then the next thing is to think of what to do. So we had this script, the strike, which has been in the works, and we had already been thinking about coming up with an app that we can sell, because we have been thinking about the problems of the film industry and then how we can solve those problems. We did not, I'm personally not someone that likes to join the chorus of people who complain that we don't have this, we don't have that, and then we complaining. If we have the situation, I want to know I want to find out what we have in hand that we can use to solve the problem. So having done the MTN Apps Challenge, where we had young Ghanaians developing apps, we quickly know that it is possible here that there are people that can develop something that will be as good as the Netflix or the Showmax or whatever that we have there. So we called a few of them together and started developing the Farmhouse Movies app quickly. Whilst that was going on, we also went ahead to start shooting the series Strike, and very strict COVID protocols, ensuring that we stay within the protocols that were established by the government. So we completed that quickly. Even I think we completed it before the lockdown or just after the lockdown, and then we started editing and coming to work. At the time, the lockdown, people were not able to come out, but we were able to, one way or the other, manage to come to the office to shoot, to edit, and then we launched Farmhouse Movie. So for us,
this was digital.
This was a digital platform.
Exactly.
So it is the frustration that the COVID-19 brought actually gave us
it made you creative.
It made us creative, and then we built. So while some people would see a problem and throw their hands up and say, "Hey, we are in trouble," if you are a creative person, you are a serious business person, you can look at it and see where is the opportunity in this challenge.
Great.
How can I use that opportunity to be better than I was before that challenge came up? So that is what we did. And so far, we have done season 2 of Strike, and we are coming to produce some more content to be put onto the app, and also encouraging other Ghanaian filmmakers to use the app, because we feel that with the challenges of the way the film industry was going, where people have problems finding places to exhibit their films, and even if they do, the revenue wasn't as good as it's supposed to be. We feel that the app could be something that can come in to help the industry. So instead of waiting for the brick and mortar to be done, like the cinema houses to be built for us, we can use technology to leapfrog that problem.
Great.
And it's such that once you put your content on that app, somebody in New Zealand, Australia, wherever they are in the world can instantly access it. So that is a big opportunity for us there in the film industry. We're just trying to fine tune it, and then we as we go along. And for me, even the hitches are also learning curves for us. For you. Learning. So I'm glad.
Oh, good. So you just told us about clients being prompt with time, in terms of time management, also going the extra mile to do what your clients want, a little more, for them to pay less for more. And then you've also taught us about thinking outside the box, being creative with the things that we do, and therefore that has led to using technology to advance digitalization and then to get people to do. Would you say that that is the way to go. I believe that we're talking technology now. The youth are the ones that we are targeting in terms of driving technology to the next level. In filming, would you say that that is what you are doing with technology?
Yes, like
with the strike, I mean.
With
yes.
strike, yes. It was an experiment.
Okay.
To see whether it is possible for you to shoot a film, a series, and put it on a platform like an app like Farmhouse Movies, and use the current social media devices that are there,
Exactly.
like the Instagrams and Facebook and the rest. Put your promos on those ones, and then see whether people can sit at home, download the app, pay, and then you get it in your bank account. And so once we were able to show that it is possible for us to do this, so you can now place your film on the app, and then people can download the app, and then if they want to watch an episode, the app tells them you have to pay.
Exactly.
And with your Momo, you pay with your Momo, or if you have a card like MasterCard or Visa card, you pay. And then it goes into your and then the next Monday is in the company's bank account.
I see.
That is fantastic.
Okay.
It doesn't get any better than that. Do you understand?
Indeed.
So all we have to do is to pursue it and make sure that we fine-tune it for it to. We've tested it and it's possible. So now is the time to now upscale it and put a lot more productions on board. So the other thing too is learning. You were talking about learning new digital things. I said earlier on that you can't stop. Where we are now in the world, you cannot stop learning. Just before COVID, I could not speak the language of coding, like people like that. But now I talk about APIs, I talk about UX, user experience and these things, which is high-end digital language, but you are supposed to be learning every day. So we're learning in order for us to be able to communicate with these people. And also you must, I learn every day about my craft. Do you understand? New softwares are coming up. We have to learn about it. We have to know how to use them, because that is the only way you can separate yourself from the rest of the people that are practicing your trade. You always have to be one step ahead of every other person. You are not in competition with people, but you must be in competition with yourself, so that the things you know today, if tomorrow comes, you should be able to know more than what you knew yesterday.
Be ahead one step. Be ahead one step. This is what Ivan, the legend, is teaching us. We will take a break. We'll be back. Well, welcome back to Business Moments, where we learn a lot about business, how to start, how to grow, and how to become successful. And today we are talking to the legend, Ivan Kwashika, who is the CEO of Farmhouse Productions, and this is where we are. Now, we have learned a lot already. We have learned so much. We're going to go into the other end bits of what we think we should know about business. The trends of digitalization is what we are talking about. How successful we have been so far in Farmhouse Productions, and where do you want to go? What makes you different?
What makes us different is, as I said, is about we created an environment of learning and sharing of knowledge. We are in an information age, or digital information age, where a single idea can turn into billions of dollars. You can just take one idea, simple idea, and it can become huge. And so you have to be learning all the time. You have to be researching all the time. It is wealth of knowledge and experience that we have that makes us different. And then another thing is our humility to want to continue to learn.
Exactly.
Because I don't think that I present as somebody who knows it all. The day you do that, that will be the beginning of the collapse of your business. So you must be humble to be learning every day and learn from every angle, from books, from everywhere. We're sitting here, and if you're a business person and you do not know how the war in Ukraine is affecting your business, then you are not in business. If you do not know how the COVID situation has affected your business, then you are not in business. Because things happening in another corner of the world would always have an impact on your business. If Republicans win the American election, it has an impact on farmhouse productions. And if I tell you, you'll be surprised. If Democrats win, it has an impact. Why? Because I do a lot of health communication.
Okay.
And health communication has to do with family planning and all that. One of those parties is pro-choice. You do understand?
Yeah.
So if a party is in power and their policies and how they resource the world in terms of family planning, communication, and all that would have an impact on.
Right. So this is the politics of business.
Business. Do you understand?
Oh wow.
So you have to also be paying attention to all these things, in order, because it would end up on your table.
Very well.
Do you understand?
Great.
So these are the things that make us different.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's beautiful. Now, you have heard from the legend. I mean, these are nuggets of wisdom. You can't get it anywhere. You can only get it on Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV with me, Blankson, Echo Blankson. We'll be right back. We are here at Farmhouse Productions. Obviously, we're going to learn a lot more. All right. Just stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Yeah, he'll be showing you.
Okay.
That's for showing you. He'll be showing you.
Okay. So there will be sound.
Have we finished this one? Let me see.
I'm passing the phone to the lady.
I'm passing the phone to the
I passed the telephone.
So Ivan, this is one of your productions.
This is finale. This thing.
To have and to hold.
There's some small gimmick.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So this is what you're doing for DSTV.
Yes,
right?
DSTV.
Okay.
So this is one. All this is DSTV. So
okay.
This is to have and to hold.
Okay.
The one
so what we see as huge as a studio is this is your factory.
Yeah, this is the end product.
It's the end product of the factory.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then this is Inspector Bediako.
Okay. This is another production.
Yeah, this is another production.
No taxes, no questions raised about your cash flow.
Your real name is Robert Sasu. Rob hard working, beautiful men for a living.
Ah, beautiful.
Today is now
So
do you change these editors or?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what work is going on.
Okay.
So this here we do the grading, the colors.
The grade. And then you transport this to
from there to here.
From rather here to here. This is the finish.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is another production going on. This is a multiple camera.
Oh, okay.
Which one is it? RSM.
RSM. Okay. I see. Very well. So this will be the editing, the video editing.
Yes. Then we also have
and then
another. Okay, this is cool. Where is this one? He's gone. He's gone to school. Okay, so this is, which one is this? They are doing this one. So this is like he's doing motion graphics.
Okay.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah. And then this person is going back to school. He's gone to school. Okay. This is a documentary. This is one of them documentaries we do. This is for a client. This was filmed in the upper regions, northern region, northeast, and then upper east regions of Ghana. We shoot all over the country. So even at the moment, there are people in the northern part of Ghana filming. Okay. Like we have about 3 film crews out working. Whilst Inspector Bediakutu is doing
very well. Very well. Very well. So this is the obviously the editing. They do editing for commercials and everything.
Everything, yeah. Right. And then we have downstairs. You saw the downstairs where they do that. So where is this? Which one is? Can you play? Can you go back a bit?
No, they've not actually connected.
Have you got it? They haven't connected anything. Oh. Okay, I wanted.
They're all working on the drives.
Oh, okay.
And it's just out of one. That's why they do the
end credit. Okay.
Okay. I think we'll just now go down.
Go down. Okay.
Yeah. Wonderful time being here.
Yeah.
The engine. Engine of where everything happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like some of our
I like this artistic way. Some of your products, right?
Yeah, so like Modec. This is Modec. Okay. Modec is connected to tallow oil. We do that.
Okay.
Onga. Okay. This is Care. This is our charity. We do a charity work. Like we help.
Obviously.
These are underprivileged children in Tema. There's a school that we support there. That's MTN,
Unilever,
Defid, USAID, Promotional, Guinness, Hitmaker.
Yeah, very soon we'll see GhanaWeb TV.
Yeah. so that is
yeah. Beautiful compound you have as well.
Yeah, small.
Yeah.
Small.
This is more the advertising side.
Yeah, this is like client management.
Client management.
Yeah, so we call it account management. If
Okay.
you want to. So basically what happens here is that they interface with the client. So every time that when a job comes in, this is the first point of call.
Right.
Before it gets to the technical people, the creative people, and all that. So yeah. So again, on the wall, you can see some of the clients that we work for. Design.
So about how many people do you have in total?
We have permanent about 20, 22 people.
Oh, beautiful.
But then we work with over almost 100 part-time people, contract people. Yeah. So every production you see loads of contract staff working. Okay. And so, I mean, depends on each person's strength and their specialization and the job requirements. Then we deploy whoever we feel can work. So all the time, there are people that are not permanent staff that they are working on.
So hi, young lady, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
Very well, very well. I know Ivan is somewhere around here. He's not very close. Are you happy working with Ivan Pashigan?
Of course.
Working for Farmhouse Production.
Yes.
What have you learned so far? Are you learning anything? Are you developing? What can you say about Farmhouse Production?
Okay, so I've been here for close to 5 years.
Okay.
I think I started my career in Farmhouse.
Wow, beautiful.
Yes.
That feels good.
And my role, I deal with clients, so I've learned a lot about dealing with clients.
Beautiful.
Commercial, performance, and all those things.
Ah, that's nice. Thank you very much. I just wanted to know a little about you.
All right.
Okay, what's your name again?
Victoria.
Victoria, nice talking
to you. And I'm an account manager.
Ah, beautiful. Cheers. Hi.
Hi. Hello.
It's great to meet you. Farmhouse Productions. Are you happy here?
Very happy.
Of course, I didn't think you were saying something different.
No,
For how long have you been working with?
2 years, 7 months.
For 2 years, 7 months.
Going on my 3rd year now.
What has been the experience?
Great. I like to say that I didn't know anything before I joined the team, but now I'm good.
Yeah,
good. I've got the skills. I've grown over the years.
Yeah.
I think I'm ready for the world.
I see that you are versatile. I've seen a couple of other things, although you do client service, right? Client service, account management. All right, okay.
Actually, that's what brought me to Farmhouse. I wanted to be an actress, and then I got into the job, and I'm enjoying myself. Okay. So yeah.
Right. So what's the name again?
Christiana.
Christiana. Yes, okay, Christiana. Christiana is happy with what she does here, and so is everybody else.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, keep it going.
Thank you.
All right. How are you?
I'm fine.
What's your name?
My name is Timothy Ayu.
Timothy, my name is Jacob Langston. We came to talk to Ivan. He has taught us a lot. I presume that working for Ivan, you have learned a lot. Tell me, if you haven't, say it so.
Oh, I have learned a lot.
You have? What have you learned?
You know, Mr. Ivan is a man of discipline. And that's one thing I have actually learned from him. His way of leadership. Okay. Yes, and it's something I am learning secretly. Yes.
It's like leadership. He teaches a great, and you know, he's taught a lot of people, our audience, a lot. He told them to be quite taciturn, to be focused, to also learn to be humble, to do a little more for the client. You know, go the extra mile. Yes, indeed, you have learned some things. Okay, so you have actually learned so much, and you think that you'll be here for a long time with him?
Yeah, hopefully. I would want to work with him.
Okay. What do you do actually?
I'm a PA to the chief administrator.
Okay.
Yes. So I assist there. And when there's
going to
be much to do.
Beautiful. And I see that you also do some other things on the production.
Acting.
Wonderful talking to you, Timothy.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, sure. Take care. Well, we have learned so much from you, and I didn't want it to stop. Mr. Kwashiga, thank you very much for the moment on Business Moments, and we are very happy that you've also enjoyed yourself. GhanaWeb TV is AVOD. It's actually the advertiser-based video on demand, and so the advertiser pays for what we do, and we believe that this will go a long way to get more people on GhanaWeb TV. We also have GhanaWeb Reporter, where we democratize journalism, and then we also have GhanaWeb Club, where we have a community of members who go out there and patronize different products on a discount. There's so many things coming up. We also have GhanaWeb Memorial. I can go on and on. But thank you once again. It's been wonderful having you. And you out there, if you watched it, I'm sure that you enjoyed every moment of Ivan Kwashiga. Resplendent, awesome, and of course, legendary. If you took notes, I am sure that it will help you. If you didn't take notes, go back. It's AVOD. You can always view on demand and check it out. Take notes this time and make sure that you apply it to your business. Let's see you again next week. My name is Jacob Langston. Catch it.
Constitute ourselves into a quasi-judicial body, an administrative body for the purpose of conducting inquiry. We must be guided by Article 23 of the Constitution. We must be guided by Article 23 of the Constitution. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is my contention that the conduct of the minority, by way of outlining all those allegations, without grounding the same on facts, would be repugnant to good conscience and fairness should we proceed to hear them. Mr. Speaker, we are not in any way attempting to say that we want to usurp the powers of the judiciary. If you look at the content of the motion paper, clearly, everything they are saying, their reliefs lie elsewhere, not in this chamber, in the shape and form. Mr. Speaker, if for the avoidance of doubt, they really want to exercise their power of oversight, they have an opportunity to file a question, which question would have given the minister an opportunity to respond for the fact to be known. As the Speaker said, censure is a very serious matter upon which we cannot allow trivialities to overtake it. Mr. Speaker, I shall proceed with ground 2, which is parliamentary attack on fair hearing. Mr. Speaker, for this purpose, I shall refer us to Order 106, 107, and 108. Mr. Speaker, it is my case, Mr. Speaker, that 106 provides a detailed procedure for the removal of President, Vice President, Deputy Speaker, and also makes mention of vote of censure on a Minister of State. If you come to 106.2, Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, 106.2b, it says that the notice shall be accompanied by a detailed statement of fact to prove that the conduct or the physical or mental capacity of the President or Vice President should be investigated. Mr. Speaker, by parity of reasoning, there's something called parity of reasoning. Parity of reasoning. Mr. Speaker, if you read the A, it also talks about notice. If you move, Mr. Speaker, to 107, I would want to read A, B, and C. And this is what it says, Mr. Speaker. A talks about 7 days notice. B talks about the motion to be debated in 14 days. But for emphasis, C, this is what it says. Prior proceedings shall be taken in a committee appointed in that behalf. The Speaker or the Deputy Speaker shall be entitled to be heard in his defense, either by himself or by his representative. Mr. Speaker, 108 specifically talks about censure. I contend that the lacuna found in 108 can only be cured if by parity of reasoning we apply 106 and 107 provisions mutatis mutandis. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, it is my submission that the supposed lacuna in 108 can only be cured if we read 106 and 107 together and apply the provisions therein. Mutatis mutandis. Mr. Speaker, that is the only way we'll be ensuring fair hearing. After all, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that since the Constitution made this provision, we as a House, I don't want to say we have failed, but we as a House have not enacted in extenso to guide the rule of procedure to be followed. Mr. Speaker, what is rule of law? What is rule of law? Rule of law is about due process. It's about rule of procedure. It's about rule of fair hearing. It's about notice to the party whom an allegation is made against. Mr. Speaker, we cannot say that merely the Constitution providing for us to move a motion on censure, we will therefore arrogate that power, go ahead to file a motion on ex-cathedral grounds, not grounded in reason, fact, and law, and then say that a public officer whose office, Mr. Speaker, this House approved, should be dismissed, or that his instruments of appointment should be revoked.
Mr. Speaker, I refer us to the United States. We don't have a precedent in this house. The attempt that was made in 1999 was not carried through. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, let's go to the United States of America. In the United States of America, where a bill of impeachment is brought to the House by members of Parliament who are called managers, Mr. Speaker, the first step is for them to establish a prima facie. By establishing a prima facie, Mr. Speaker, they go through the motion at the lower house. And going through the motion in the lower house, by 1/3 of votes, this is ferried to the second chamber, the Senate, where a full trial commences with the Chief Justice of the United States presiding. In this case, the applicants, who are members of Parliament, are allowed as quote-unquote the prosecutors. They make their case, the party is heard. Mr. Speaker, in our case, unlike the United States, they had the broader provision in the Constitution. They went a step further to enact a rule of procedure to guide the process. Mr. Speaker, I dare ask my colleagues, they should tell us whether as a house we have a rule of procedure to regulate censure. Maybe today it is Ken Ofori-Atta. So crucify him. Crucify him. But Mr. Speaker, when in 1999 the issue arose, I have the comment, the veritable words used by Honorable Cletus Avoka. I've read it, where he was talking about the right of fair hearing. I have it here. I've read it, where he argued forcefully with some nostalgic effect that the person must be heard, that the proper thing must be done. Mr. Speaker, what is good for Kwame Petra is good for Ken Ofori-Atta. What is good for the goose is good for the gander. Mr. Speaker, we cannot construe this application to be properly before us. If we go ahead, Mr. Speaker, to consider this application, we'll be doing a lot of injustice to our colleague. Mr. Speaker, let's read Article 23 of the Constitution. Okay. Mr. Speaker, Article 19. Mr. Speaker, first Article 19. Mr. Speaker, 2D provides a person charged with a criminal offense shall be given a fair trial within a reasonable time by a court. Now, Mr. Speaker, 2D, be informed immediately in a language he understands and in detail and of the nature of the offense charged. Mr. Speaker, again by parity of reasoning. Again by parity of reasoning. The minority should not get any impression that anybody here or the majority is against their motion. But Mr. Speaker, due process must be followed. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Atuforsen is before a court of law. Is it the case that he has just been sent to prison? He cannot be sent to prison. He must be heard on allegations. He must be heard and he must defend himself. All of us here are politicians. Should anybody raise an allegation to come up with anything of corruption, of whatever, you expect as your bona fide to be given fair hearing. And fair hearing includes all documents to be relied on by your adversary to be made available to you. Mr. Speaker, again, Mr. Speaker, let us look at 2E, and I will use that as the override. We cannot play something or nothing. It says, the person be given adequate time and facilities for the preparation of his defense. Mr. Speaker, as it stands now, if this motion is allowed to proceed where there will be debate,
it would amount to injustice, unfairness, in the sense that the minister wouldn't have been given adequate time to prepare for his defense. Mr. Speaker, the grounds upon which the motion was moved, these grounds were not made available to the minister. Their so-called evidence has not been made available to the minister. Mr. Speaker, disclosure is an integral part of any civil or criminal jurisprudence. And even in recent case, Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court of our land has ruled that prior to criminal trial, every document that the prosecution, Mr. Speaker, will rely on must be made available to the accused. Mr. Speaker, how do we proceed to debate this motion when even as members of parliament who are expected to vote upon this motion do not have copies of the evidence upon which these members rely? We are here, we are expected to vote. Mr. Speaker, this is not political talk as usual. This is not the usual political rhetoric. This is about the reputation of a Ghanaian citizen serving his country. This is about a fellow politician who is serving his country as a finance minister, who members of this house are alleging that he's committed certain infractions, committed certain offenses, and they have documents with them, and they expect that by merely raising the issue, we should trust their judgment enough, rely on them, vote without having evidence, without having ability to peruse that which they rely on. Mr. Speaker, no justice system. Mr. Speaker, no justice system. No justice system anywhere in a serious democracy will allow this. Mr. Speaker, I move on to Article 23 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, Article 23 of the Constitution, I read, administrative bodies and administrative officials shall act fairly and reasonably and comply with requirements imposed on them by law, and persons aggrieved by the exercise of such acts and decisions shall have a right to seek redress before a court or other tribunal. Mr. Speaker, emphasis fairness. And if as parliament, we cannot grant such a sine qua non right provided for in Article 23 and ensure its implementation, its enforcement, especially when a finance minister is being put on fire, Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, we will not be doing justice to the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, above all, Article 296 is very profound. Article 296 is very profound. Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised some first-timers want to intimidate me. Mr. Speaker, if you give them even 1 minute, they can argue. Yes, they can talk. When they are not, they can make argument not for the record. I would want to sit down for you to come back and argue. Can you? Mr. Speaker, Article 296 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, 296 of the Constitution requires of us, Mr. Speaker, by parity of reason, requires of us not to be capricious, not to be biased, not to be unfair. 296 expects of us to be candid in our dealings with our fellow citizens. Mr. Speaker, having stood on my feet for 15 minutes, I shall at this point, Mr. Speaker, cede the rest of my argument to Honorable Chairman Sabonsu to proceed with the rest. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, please, Majority Leader, resume your seat. We've had the preliminary objection raised. Because I cannot participate in the debate, I'll have to listen to you to give me a guide so that I can give the appropriate ruling. But I think the preliminary objection has been put across. I completely disagree with a call on the majority leader to support the preliminary objection. Unless, because the one who moved the motion, I did not allow it to be seconded, and therefore the motion is not yet before the House. Now, if you're raising a preliminary objection, it could lead to the House taking the position that the motion should not be before the House. That's why I usually allow that before the secondment of the motion. Because when the motion is seconded, it is for the debate, which means it's before the House. Now, you cannot, after giving us the grounds of your objection, only two, which you have deliberated upon, now call on another person. That definitely, if you had stated that the preliminary objection is being taken by this number of people, and these are the number of grounds, I will handle two. This person will handle this number. Then we are properly seized of it. But, honorable members, don't let me repeat what others said. I will not want to do so. So what I can do in the circumstances, we have heard you loud and clear on the two grounds. I'll listen to a response to the preliminary objection, and then I'll give a ruling, and we'll move by that. The preliminary objection is okay. I've heard you. I want a response from this side. I give a ruling, and then we proceed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I don't intend to run counter to what you have just said. I said I don't intend to run counter to what you have said. But if indeed a motion has been moved, the matter raised by the Deputy Majority Leader was that he was raising preliminary objection to the debate. You granted him space. I am saying that there are other areas in respect of the argument of the preliminary objection that is raised, that he wanted me to continue. The Speaker, you want somebody to respond to the objection. In that regard, would you be kind enough to, after the event, afford me space to fortify the preliminary objection?
Other than that, Mr. Speaker, a preliminary objection is not a debate. I think you will get, Mr. Speaker. Nobody is throwing up hands in wild gesticulations. Deputy Minority Leader. Look at him. Look at him. You can't point to me with your left hand. You can't point to me with your left hand. You have changed the hand. Don't engage in wild gesticulation, especially when you are in the front. I'm just appealing that if you grant him space, then perhaps you have to also grant him space to fortify it. Other than that, if you are according him space to respond to the objections, then perhaps we can put everything together, and if he has any objections, respond to all of them. I think that would be most fair. That's my appeal to you. Either you grant me space to continue the preliminary objections, or afford him space and then I come back. And I think that it will be tidier if you are granting him space to respond, to grant me space to continue them, and say not to debate, but continue on the path of the objection. That is that's the appeal I'm making to you. Honorable Majority Leader, don't anticipate what I will do. I will do what is right. As I told you, I take a very serious view of this motion. And so I will not curtail any debate unlawfully, unconstitutionally, something that is against our rules and practice. So I just want to handle the preliminary objection that has been raised, and usually when a preliminary objection is raised, the other side is given the opportunity. What do you say to this? That is exactly what I'm trying to do. Then from there we proceed. So please be assured that if you want to even participate in the whole debate, you have the opportunity to do so. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have heard the arguments informing the preliminary objections. And the arguments, as we heard, are constitutional in nature. One, he argues about a right to fair trial. Mr. Speaker, I thought that since you last shed off your gown and wig and started wearing batakari and a hat to preside, the Honorable Ofori-Atta would have realized that this is not a court of law. But in spite of that, he still seeks to transform this chamber into a court of law. Mr. Speaker, this is a motion on a vote of censure. The motion on a vote of censure is clearly provided for and defined in the Constitution. The procedures are clearly outlined in the Constitution, and no one can derogate from those constitutional provisions, especially if you remember the recent case of Justice Abdullahi, that we cannot, even in our standing orders, derogate from the express provisions of the Constitution regarding our procedures. And so it is clear that for a motion of censure, these are the procedures under Article 82, and those have been complied with. Your concern in your preliminary objection is about the right to be heard. Unfortunately for you, the right to be heard is equally provided for in Article 82. And Mr. Speaker, with your kind permission, let me read Article 82. And I hope that if Honorable Ofori-Atta refuse to listen to the minority leader, he will not refuse to listen to me. Because the minority leader was clear when he made reference to Article 82 and said that the motion shall be debated in Parliament within 14 days after the receipt by the Speaker of the notice for the motion. And 82.4 says, a Minister of State, in respect of whom a vote of censure is debated under Clause 3 of this article, is entitled during the debate, to be heard in his defense, during the debate, to be heard in his defense, during the debate, to be heard in his defense. Mr. Speaker, the motion, if moved, during the debate, you can insist on the right of the minister to be heard. Mr. Speaker, they raise issues of notice. Mr. Speaker, government business. We know the practice of this House. A Minister of State is a non-voting member of this House. Article 111. A Minister of State is a non-voting member of this House. Now, everybody in this House knows that under our standing orders and by our practice and procedures, notices are served in the order paper. And the notice was published severally, and that is why the Constitution provides clear timelines so that you do not surprise a minister. That is why there must be a 7 days notice and that the debate must take place within 14 days. Clear timelines so that any minister who is the subject of the vote of censure won't have adequate notice of what is going to happen. And Mr. Speaker, I will be surprised if we have a majority leader and a deputy majority leader, a majority leader who is also a minister for parliamentary affairs and attends cabinet, and there is a motion on a vote of censure against the finance minister, and he has failed to serve notice on that finance minister that there is a motion on a vote of censure against him. And then we'll come to this house and tell finance minister hasn't received notice of that motion, that we should not proceed with that motion. Mr. Speaker, I will be very, very surprised. Indeed, when we're approving the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, we assume that his most important role is to liaise between Parliament and the Executive. He has failed to communicate to finance that there is a motion calling for a censure against the finance minister, who is already a member of the House, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, Mr. Speaker,
honorable members, please, I take 5 minutes suspension. I'll be back.